Okay, to start it off, my name's Christine Dennis. I'm a CPA. I'm in Oklahoma. My background is actually in auditing. So when I'm looking at everything, I look at it from a regulatory basis. I'm not sure why I have this halo behind me, so sorry about that. I'm trying to think. The main thing you need to know is this is not going to be an accounting class. So if you're coming to get basic accounting, not going to work. What we are going to talk about is more of the management reporting and accounting. Looks like everybody's checking in chat, and I appreciate it.
Well,
for those of you who have not had class with me before, this is Lucius. He will definitely get in a few times, and I apologize. There's nothing I can do about it. I may turn my camera off until the sun kind of settles a little, but I promise I'm here.
I'm also Elizabeth Rosa with First Pick. I'm listed in the participants as First Pick Meetings 1. Feel free to direct message me throughout the training. If you have any technical difficulties, need access to any of the materials, anything like that, I'll be here in support of Christine and also of all of you guys.
I forgot everybody's still checking in chat, and I appreciate it. Has everyone had the basic financial management training? Right. Yeah, that's going to make a lot more sense. See a lot of names I recognize. Okay, as long as you're in the are you more on the management side for those of you who have not? Okay. Ask all the questions you need, okay? There's no such thing as a dumb question. Okay, it looks like we've got most people checked in. Elizabeth, is there anything else you need to add before we get started?
Nope. I'm going to be putting right now in the chat all the training materials with the agenda, presentation, and reference materials. That was also included in the reminder email that was sent out yesterday.
Okay, let's get into it. First thing, the disclaimer. I am not an attorney. Opinions expressed are my own. Do not take legal advice from me. I am not an attorney. As we go through, I will tell you what regulations I'm using to answer questions. There will be a ton of reg references. Most of this training is going to be focused on 2 CFR 200. Has everybody got a basic familiarity with that? Good. Honestly, I keep it by my desk. I have a copy of the whole thing saved on my regulations drive on my computer. For those of you who are new, you're trying to yeah, I had to, mine is sitting on my desk currently under a cat, but that's another story. CFR 200 is all of the administrative requirements for all grants. So this is not HUD specific. We'll discuss what's different in HUD, where there are differences, But for the most part, for all of financial management, internal control, allowable costs, audit information, that's all in this document. So make sure you're comfortable with it. All right, let's get started. Financial management and internal controls. We got to know each other. I'm sure you'll let me know what you want to take away from this training. So what are we trying to do here? You need to understand your fiscal responsibility to manage and administer the Indian Housing Block Grant to ensure compliance with the NAHASDA statutes, regulations, and 2 CFR 200. You need to understand and apply internal control requirements referenced in 2 CFR 200. You need to know how to be prepared for an audit and your responsibilities outlined in 2 CFR subpart F. Effectively, and this I think is one of the biggest things, effectively communicate financial information to Tribal Council Board of Commissioners. They need to have the information they need to make good decisions, which means we've got to make sure that we can put financial and other information in a way that makes sense to non-financial people. You've got to know how to do that. Does everybody that's finance, do you meet with your board or council? You personally. Do you walk them through some of the financial information you provide as part of their board packet? Yeah. Does your board ask the questions? Sometimes they don't. I think that's one of the biggest challenges with financial management is so many people have it in their head that it's a lot harder than it actually is. See, I'm glad yours have a lot of questions because one of the things I see a lot is they're afraid to ask questions because they're afraid they're going to look stupid. And getting them through that point is one of the hardest parts of this job. We're going to highlight best practices as we go through. We're going to talk about what other tribes are doing, how other people have addressed some of these same type issues. The good news is you're not alone. Every tribe has some of the same issues. That's just the way it is. So never hesitate to ask people, and don't ever hesitate to ask me. I'm going to go ahead and put my email in here right now, and I'll do it again. If you've got questions as you're going through, after class, when you get back, well, you're already at your desk, but as you're getting back into your normal day-to-day stuff and you have questions, feel free to reach out. If I know the answer off the top of my head, I am more than happy to tell you. If I don't, I can at least narrow it down to where to look. Okay, let's talk about NAHASDA and the uniform guidance. You've got to know the rules before you can make good decisions. Just that simple. Okay, so let's talk. Is everybody semi-familiar with 37 Act? Okay. What's special about 37 Act? The biggest thing is units were developed. They were mutual help units or they were low rent units. And the whole purpose of the grant was to provide housing using those units. Okay. What makes NAHASDA different? You make the call. You have to support, maintain, operate your formula stock, which is everything that was under 37 Act. That's one of the requirements. The rest of it, you're making the decision. You decide what programs are best for your tribal members. Everything we're doing here is to provide safe and affordable housing to tribal members. How you do it is entirely up to you. And everybody's going to do it a little bit differently. How many of you do just or do offer low rent through NAHASDA and through 37? How many do tenant-based rental? Is anybody familiar with the tenant-based rental assistance program? How many of you do home ownership through NAHASDA? How many of you do down payment assistance through NAHASDA? How many of you do another, rehab, homeowner rehab for people who already own their homes? Yeah. See, there's so many different ways to accomplish what you need to do to help your tribal members. The key is figuring out internally, what do we need to do? Who's going to benefit from it? How do we monitor it? And what information do we need going forward? Self-determination is key. It's right there in the title of NAHASDA. Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act. And we will talk a lot about self-determination. So back to the slide. The big thing with NAHASDA is it eliminated the separate programs, replaced it with the IHBG formula. The goal is to basically make an equitable distribution of the funds allocated based on multiple factors, such as population, service areas, low income, total number of Native Americans in the area, as well as providing the operations for your 37 Act units. Increases your flexibility. You can leverage. What do we mean when we're talking about leveraging? We're using multiple fund sources to assist. Think about just the last few years with your housing. How many different funding sources have you had besides NAHASDA? Yeah, it's been a lot. Yeah, it's been a lot. I mean, we've had, let's see, we've got CARES, we've got ARP, we've got ERA, HAF, And those are just the ones off the top of my head. LIHTC, that's always another one that comes into play. There's a lot going on right now. And it's been a lot to kind of keep under control and manage and get the information to the right people. Again, the biggest one for me is greater local decision making. You identify your affordable housing activities in your IHP. That approved IHP is everything that's allowable for you for the year. If it's not in the IHP and you want to do it, what are your options? Do you have any options? Or are you just married to that forever and ever? Yeah, you've got options. You can always request an amendment. You have the ability to move money around between approved programs in the IHP. If you get into the year and you just don't have people interested in a particular program, you can take that money and move it to another activity. You're running the show here for your tribal members. How many of you are part of TDHE? And I suspect probably most people. Looks like quite a few of you. What's the biggest difference between a housing department and a tribally designated housing authority, housing entity? Basically, the reporting. Who do you report directly to? And whose policies do you use? If you're a department, you have to follow the tribe's policies. You may have some exceptions for housing, but in general, you are required to follow the tribe's policies. If you are a TDHE, you've developed your own policies that apply only to housing. Is one better than the other? No, they're both effective. TDHEs normally have a board of commissioners that they report to. Usually, as part of the board, at least one board member is a council person, because you've got to get your information to council. If you are a department, it's usually a direct report to council without a board. There are exceptions to everything, but that's the general structure. Why is it important for a TDHE to have good reporting to council? What is any of this their problem? Is the TDHE separate from the tribe? You are not separate. Who gets the grant? In almost all cases, there are a few exceptions, but generally the tribe is the one receiving the grant, which means they have a responsibility to ensure compliance. Who are you assisting? Your tribal members. Are all interconnected. And one of the things that's been a bigger focus in recent years is the regulations are really emphasizing that fact. Housing's not just over there all by themselves. Housing is 100% part of the tribe. Does anybody have any questions yet? And I want to remind you, you're welcome to unmute yourself at any point if you have questions, comments, anything. So where do we get all of our information to run NAHASDA? NAHASDA statute, number 1. Does everybody got a copy of NAHASDA statute somewhere? Yeah, we'll do some references to that. The NAHASDA regulations, 24 CFR 1000. That's just the detail to the statute. TIH notices. Public and Indian housing regulations. Program guidance. Those come specifically from ONAP. Is everybody signed up with Code Talk? What's special about Code Talk? Why do I push everybody into signing up with Code Talk? Because they're going to tell you what's going on. Anytime the regs change, anytime there's a new regulation, any trainings available, it is a cheat sheet. It's not even almost like it 100% is a cheat sheet. Here's everything that's happening that you need to know about. In addition, you should probably sign up with your area office as well. Is there anyone in here who is not from Eastern Woodlands? Oh, I know there is, because I saw some people coming through. Make sure that you are getting the emails from your area office, because they're really going to help you know what's going on specifically in your area. I follow all of them. Okay, down here at the bottom, we have uniform administrative requirements, 2 CFR 200. Applies to whatever grant funding you have, period. If you got emergency rental, you had to follow 2 CFR 200. IHBG, you have to follow 2 CFR 200. ICDBG, 2 CFR 200. Everything comes back to that. So first, we have to look at the law, NAHASDA statutes, LIHTC, NEPA. Alaska's got some specific stuff. Then we go to the regulations, which are 24 CFR 1000, 2 CFR 200, 24 CFR 50 and 58. Anybody know what the last one is? 24 CFR Part 50 and Part 58. Environmental. If you ever have a burning urge to read all of the environmental stuff, there's your source. Okay, after law, after regulation comes the HUD guidance. Program guidance, the PIH notices. Then we look at tribal code. These are your own laws and regulations. Wage ordinance, housing ordinance. What are we talking about with wage ordinance? Do you have tribally determined wage rates, or do you follow Davis-Bacon? What kind of things fall into housing ordinance? Does anybody know? Melissa, you do Davis-Bacon? You know, it's probably, I'm seeing more tribes using Davis-Bacon now. It seems to be more regional. I don't know why, and that may not be accurate. That's just the impression I get. It seems more tribes that are Western use tribally determined wage rates, and more tribes that are on the eastern half of the country are more likely to use Davis-Bacon. No idea why. What do you cover in your housing ordinance? Housing ordinance should establish your board rules. You know, how do we get board members? What are their roles? How often do they meet? All of those things. If you are doing tribal preference, it's going to be somewhere in your official ordinances. Another big thing is your housing quality standards. What are the standards you use to determine that a unit is safe? When you do inspections, that's what you're inspecting. Does it meet our standard or not? Program policies. Program policies. Oh, there's so many of them. One of the big things with program policies is part of them are required to be available to the public. Does anybody know which ones have to be available to the public? A&O has to be publicly available. Maintenance has to be publicly available. Why? Conflict of interest has to be publicly available. Absolutely. Why do we have to make admissions and occupancy available to anyone who asks? We have to show we are treating everyone the same way. We have to disclose upfront. Here's how we determine your income. Here's how we determine wait list, how we determine eligibility, how we determine your rent payment. Anybody can come in and look at that and see, first off, should I even bother applying? Do I have a chance of getting in? And second of all, what am I responsible for? That's where the maintenance side comes in. You should have different maintenance responsibilities for different programs. What do we mean by that? If I'm in the home ownership program, what are my responsibilities for maintenance? Everything. Unless it's an insurance claim, it should be my problem. What if I'm in rental? It's your problem unless it's tenant caused. When do you do payback agreements? All of those things need to be covered in your policies and need to be available so all of your participants are aware of the rules. Then we have our standard operating procedures, which basically says, here's what we do to comply with our own policies. Here's who looks at things, here's the process. If we're going to determine that something was tenant caused damage, here's what we do. It's not just some random decision making that we make up as we go along. Any questions on this? Okay, administrative requirements. This is important to you. 24 CFR 1026 lists out the differences between what is in 2 CFR 200 and what HUD says we have to do. Why is this so important? Tell you one of the biggest things is, and we'll go back here. What's one of the bigger ones? Program income. 2 CFR 200 specifically says program income has to be spent before you spend your grant money. 24 CFR 1026 says, nope, you can hold on to your program income as long as you want to and spend your grant money first. That one is a big one. Another big one is in conflict of interest. You have to have a procurement conflict of interest under 2 CFR 200. Under NAHASDA, we also have additional conflict of interest requirements. What kind of requirements do we have to do under NAHASDA? These are on assistance. If I am an immediate family member of a board member or an employee or a council person, do I have a conflict of interest? Nicole's not even thinking about it. Yep. Yeah, you do. And you are correct. Does that mean because I have a conflict of interest, does that mean I cannot be admitted into housing? Does not mean that. What does it mean? Need somebody else to process other than my family member. My family member cannot make the decision and it has to be disclosed. Who gets the disclosure? I mean, who do I have to tell? Gotta tell HUD. 100% have to tell HUD before providing assistance. In the HUD disclosure, we put who has the conflict of interest, the employee or person that they are related to, and the program in that they will be receiving assistance. We include names in the HUD disclosure. What other disclosure do we have? Has everybody had to do the public disclosure where you stick the notice like on the front door of the tribal buildings or something like that? Yeah, public without names. Very good. Yeah, you always go back to your policy, and your policy says you have to do these two types of disclosures. One of the things that should be defined in your policies, and I'm getting ahead of myself, is what's immediate family? That's your decision. That's your policy. Think back to the rules that we just went through, the stair-step hierarchy. You determine how you're going to define immediate family. Mother, father, brother, sister, spouse, child, that's standard. Can you have more people than that in your immediate family? How many of you have grandparents as immediate family? Some tribes do, some don't. I don't have an opinion. It's up to you, not me. Step parents, cousins, aunts, uncles, anything like that. That's your decision. That's not mine. What do you need to think about when you're making that decision? I will tell you the one thing I want you to consider when you start looking at expanding your immediate family beyond mother, father, brother, sister, spouse, child. Are we making it so wide that everyone is going to have a conflict of interest? Is it wrong to do that? No. Is it going to be an administrative headache? Yes. Can you do it anyway? Sure, your tribe. Let's talk a little bit more about 2 CFR 200. And we'll talk more about those administrative exceptions as we go. Okay, uniform guidance is what we're calling it now. It's been called so many different things. It was called the it was omni-circular. That was fun. Super circular for a long time. There was a minute there that it was called an omnibus circular. I don't know. Most people call it the uniform guidance. I usually just call it 2 CFR 200 because, again, I'm an accountant. That's the way my mind works. Consolidated a ton of different guidance into one place. We used to have to look at multiple places to determine allowable costs, to determine procurement, to determine really anything. Now we just go here. Things you need to know that have changed. $216, prohibition on certain telecommunications and video surveillance and equipment. We have prohibited manufacturers now. Be sure if you are purchasing new phones, new video surveillance, check the list and make sure that you are not purchasing from a prohibited manufacturer. Basically, it's a group of companies that have significant security breaches in their equipment. Check the list before you make the purchase. $200,340, termination of grants, strengthens the ability of the federal awarding agency to terminate awards when the award no longer meets goals or priorities. Supports implementation of cross-agency priority goals. To meet statutory requirements and align to CFR 200 with other source requirements, clarifying existing requirements. The ones you need to worry about are that telecommunications. There's another one that's not listed on here yet. Did you know that under certain circumstances, you can use $50,000 for your micro policy for procurement? For those of you who have any interest, it's $200,320 A14. Literally nobody is doing this. It's hard to do, and frankly, no boards, no council want to do this. I mean, just think about that. Has anybody tried to do that process? Did anybody even know that process existed? Kind of wild. Okay, let's talk about the subparts of TCFR 200. Subpart A, acronyms and definitions. You need to have a working understanding. Just the basic, if you don't know what the acronym is, you can go there and look and get it defined. One of the big ones is protected personally identifiable information. You need to have a good working knowledge of what that is and what that means. Anybody want to try and summarize that? What it is? Pretty much everything that we have in housing. Person's financial history, medical history, education history. Any information that would identify them specifically to the program. This is why we don't disclose a person's name on the public disclosure for conflict of interest. This is why you should not have names on the wait list. This is what, if it's posted. This is why we have password protection. And this is why our board or council should go into executive session when they are discussing individuals by name. Any questions on that? Okay, subpart B, general provisions, pretty short, not a lot in there, just some basic guidance as to here's what we're doing. Here's who it applies to. Subpart C is all about pre-federal award requirements and contents of awards. Has anybody looked at subpart C? If you want to know how grants are awarded and what the guidelines are for federal agencies, that's subpart C. There's a lot of discussion in there about risk-based awarding, things that the funding agencies should look at prior to making an award. For our purposes, we are going to focus on subpart D, E, and F. Subpart D, post-federal award requirements. This is all the stuff you have to do once you get an award. Procurement, financial management, internal controls, record keeping, reporting, all of those things are subpart D. Subpart E is all about allowable costs and cost principles. What can we do? What are the limits? What documentation do we have to have? And then subpart F is all about the audit requirements. What is required on our side for engaging the auditor, providing the information, ensuring that the reporting is complete, and what is the auditor's requirement? We have appendices. A lot of the appendices focus on indirect costs and indirect cost proposals. One that is important is the different contract requirements that have to be included in grant-funded contracts. So you want to have at least a passing understanding of that one. Any questions yet? Does anybody have an indirect cost proposal that they're working under? I'm going to take that as a no. So let's talk about your financial management system. 2 CFR 200 302B says you have to have a system. You have to be able to identify your awards. Housing just uses the 20% NAHASDA rule. Good, because that's the biggest problem. Back to indirect costs, just FYI for everybody. Check chat. Housing can only do the 20%. Even if there's an indirect cost proposal in place, you still cannot pay more than your 20%. Period. Only exception is if HUD approves it. So good. I'm glad you're doing it that way. There seems to be a lot of confusion when there is an indirect cost proposal in play. Okay, let's talk about the financial system design. Got to be able to identify federal awards. You have to know exactly what grants you've received, and you have to track them all. You have to do the required financial reporting. What's required under NAHASDA? What are the reports? SF 425, APR, and IHP. Yep. What's changed with the SF 425? Yeah, it's annual unless you're an approved investment tribe. Yeah, if you are an investment tribe, even if you're not currently doing the investments, you still have to report quarterly. If you are not approved to invest, you do an annual report. You're required to do an IHP, Indian Housing Plan, that identifies how you're going to spend your money. You are required to do the annual performance report that tells how you spent your money, what you accomplished, and if you didn't meet your goals, what happened. Are you in trouble if you didn't meet your goals? No, absolutely not. Did anybody meet their goals in 2020? We turned in all of our IHPs and had all of these plans for 2020 of things that we were going to do. And for those of you who were on calendar year, you had what? Maybe 8 weeks before everything just kind of blew up. Yeah, nobody hit their goals in 2020. Yeah, I was trying to remember exactly when. I know it was March, because the next to last place I went before the pandemic shutdown was Chicago for NAHASDA Essentials. It's funny the things that we remember. Okay, you have to have accounting records and source documents, and we'll talk a lot about that. You are required to have internal controls. We are going to spend quality time on internal controls. I guarantee you have an internal control system. How do I know that? How do I already know that without really even asking anything? You wouldn't be getting funding if you didn't. You would have $0 if you did not have an internal control system. We talk in general about internal controls, but we really don't get into specifics. We're going to with this class. We're going to talk about a lot of the different components and how to structure it to meet all of these requirements. We'll talk about budgeting. We'll talk mostly about budget to actual. That is a required report. Why is budget to actual report important? What makes it special? Other than it's specifically required in 2 CFR 200. Shows what you've completed. It should give you your progress report. Where are we compared to what we planned? What's the important information that you get from your budget to actual? What do we do now? If we haven't hit our goals, what do we need to do? If we have hit our goals and we're only halfway through the year, now what do we do? Plan for the following year, get going. Yeah. Do we need to move money around within our budget? Do we need to find additional dollars? Do we need to contribute some program income? Can the tribe throw in some money? You know, all of these things. That budget to actual is really one of the key reports for financial management, for your board, for their decision-making process. So yeah, we're going to spend a lot of time on that. Written procedures, cash management. What the heck are we talking about there? What written procedures do we have to have? We have to have written procedures to get our money. How do we do our drawdowns? What's the process? Can anybody just walk in and draw down money? Gotta hope not. You know, what are the controls we have in place? How do we make sure that we have the right approvals? In addition to that, how do we make sure that we are getting that money as soon as we get it in, we're getting it out? Is everybody familiar with the 3-day rule? Yeah. Why is it so important for us to spend the money as quickly as we get it? Other than because that's what it says in our agreement. Those of you who took basic financial management, what did you discuss, or did you have a discussion on the difference between government financials and for-profit financials? It's just one section in there, may not have stood out. What's special about government accounting? Are we supposed to use our grant money to make a profit? Do we get praised for having money left over? Do we get to keep all of that money? No. What's the point of having a grant? Spend the monies, provide the services. Yep. That's why, as you draw the money down, you have to get it out, because the goal of grant money is to get it out to provide the services that were originally approved in the award. Completely opposite of what you'd be doing in a for-profit organization. You have to have written procedures for allowable costs. This one is relatively new as far as policy goes. Basically what that says is you have to have somebody knowledgeable reviewing a cost, reviewing our expenditures to ensure that it's allowable under the grant. What's your process for that? We'll spend a lot of quality time on that. But right now, how do you do that? How do you meet that requirement? And a lot of it's going to be through your budgeting, through your reporting, through your financial management. Is it accounting's job to identify the program and the expense and the line item? Is that your finance job? Nicole says no. You're right. Yeah, you stand on that no, because you're correct. Yeah, accounting's job is to verify that it's reasonable. Who's coding these expenses? Somebody who knows what it was spent on. Usually a department manager or program manager. Finance doesn't know. Finance doesn't need to know. They just need to put the information where they were told. Can you imagine if you have to track every maintenance charge to make sure you get it to the appropriate activity instead of relying on maintenance to do that for you? There's a lot of verification back and forth and we cross-check, but yeah. The people making the coding decisions need to be the people who understand what we're supposed to be doing with that money. Any questions? Let's try turning the camera back on, maybe. See if do I still have a halo? Okay,
Looks
now.
like you're good.
Did not know I had that much glare coming in. All right, anybody have any questions before we keep going? Tracking and reporting grants with the accounting system. If you're curious, 2 CFR 200, 302, 1, 2, and 3. And here's where we're going to talk about them. 2 CFR 200, 302, 1. Identify in all accounts all federal awards received and expended and the federal programs under which they were received. Has that been pretty exciting the last few years? There's a lot of federal awards. 200, 302, accurate, current, complete disclosure of the financial results of each federal award. 200, 3023, records that identify adequately the source and application of funds. Short version of all of this. What money did we receive? How did we spend it? What do we have left? Hey, we used to have a CFDA number. We now have an assistance listing number. I will probably still call it the CFDA number because I'm old and change is hard, but I'm trying. What's important about that assistance listing number? What can you find out from that? Is anybody familiar with the compliance supplement? Federal agency, but even more than that. Has anybody heard of the compliance supplement? I think we talked about that Thursday. Compliance supplement is a listing of all awards and what you are required to do. It's your auditor's guide to auditing your programs. Public information, and it's in the information you received. And it says specifically of all of the activities, here's what's considered material. Here's what we look at. Here's what you have to do if you have this grant. Okay, so we have our agency, we have our program name, IHBG grant. Everything that has the assistance number of 14867 as far as reporting on your audit counts, this counts as a program. Do we have multiple grants that have that assistance number right now? If you got the IHBG competitive grant, guarantee it's a 14867. So this helps you know what you're supposed to do. What are they looking for compliance purposes? They being auditors, your federal agencies. What are we required to do? Let's talk, how many of you are involved in the general ledger setup? Actually, how about even just the review of it? Do you have your GL set up to track based on the IHP activities? Looks like a few of you do. Yeah. Are you required to do that? No. You're only required to report on the IHBG grant as a whole. Each grant as a whole. That's what you're required to do. Most tribes choose to report based on IHP activity. Why? Why do you do this? Contract by person. From a reporting, from an information purpose. Because again, when we're setting up our financial management system, we're always looking at, yeah, we've got to comply with these rules. But what information setup, what information do we need to make good decisions? Can you break out? Can you just report everything in NAHASDA, period, and then break it out manually or through an Excel spreadsheet? Can you? Sure, you can. What's the drawback? Time consuming. Oh yeah. What's another drawback? More room for error. Anytime we are physically taking information from one place and putting it into something else, if we have to manually enter it, we've just increased our chances of screwing it up. It's not our fault, we're human. So think about that. Where all do you look at that information? You have to report it in your APR. You've got to report by activity. You can manually pull apart your entire NAHASDA reporting structure and apply it. But getting it to tie out is going to be a challenge. Why is that information by activity important for more than just reporting on the APR? Why do you need to know how much you've spent? Helps project for next year's IHP. That's huge. Why is that such a big deal? You're making the decision. This is your self-determination as to what programs you want to offer for your tribal members and how much of your money you want to put in to each different program. Why do you need this information? Do we have our money in the right place? Are all of the different activities that we included in our IHP, are they effective? What areas are we having trouble getting spent? And I guarantee you everybody's having trouble with construction right now. Is that true? I feel very confident saying that. Why are you having trouble spending your construction dollars right now? What's making it complicated? You can't find anybody to do it. And even if you can find somebody to do it, you can't afford the stuff. If you can find the stuff, yeah, is construction just really difficult right now? Yes. Is there anything at all you can do about it? Is there anything you can do internally to make construction easier right now? No, not right now. I mean, in theory, you know, maybe you start developing a fourth account, fourth labor group, fourth account construction group, but can you do that in a couple of months? No. And even if you can, what are the chances you can find lumber, metal products, pretty much all of it, shingles? So what are you doing right now? And that's a real question. That's not rhetorical. Those of you who had construction in your IHP, are you holding on to that money for future use? Because eventually it will get done. I mean, this is a temporary situation. It's a really ugly situation while we're in it, but it is temporary. So, I mean, what are you doing? You're constantly trying to find contractors. Yeah, I mean, you've got to look, what are our options? Are there any structures already available that we could use to house people? Even if we don't own it, should we shift some money into tenant-based rental, which is just a low rent program that where we don't own the units? Are we just going to keep setting that money back? Or, what are we going to do? New units that still need rehab, which takes you back to there's nobody to do the rehab, and even if you find somebody, is there any material? Housing crisis requires continue to try and construct. Yeah, everybody's addressing this the best they can. There's no ideal situation right now. This just is. So everybody's looking at different ways to address it. Some tribes are partnering up and trying to do some emergency housing with other companies, other entities, nonprofits and such. Some are buying tiny homes if they can find them and get them in place. A lot of tenant-based rental, trying to partner up, but depending on where you are, that may not be an option. If you don't have available housing, you're constructing tiny homes right now. Fantastic. Yeah, all of this, we're doing the best we can. And going back to the point, we need to know what activities are working right now so that we can make sure we're moving whatever funding we can into the things that are working right now, and maybe not keep adding to the things that aren't working right now, such as, say we've got $1 million that has been budgeted over 2-3 years for construction. We know we're not going to spend that money right now. So when we look at next year's IHP, we need to make a decision. Do we continue putting money in that in hopes that this is the year? Or do we look at our options? How are we going to address this? How many of you run down payment assistance? How many of you are able to get rid of that money? Are you using it all, or do you wind up not being able to, you spend about half? Yeah, what are some of the challenges when you're doing down payment assistance? They have to be low income. and able to get a mortgage. Yeah. How many people do you have that fit that right now? Probably not a lot. So what do you do with that money? Well, you either add an activity so you can assist people who are in the 80 to 100% of income, or you're taking that money and putting it into rental or into rehabbing existing homes. You know, what are you not doing? Just letting it sit there. If you can't spend it, reallocate it. That's why we break it out by activity, to pay attention, to monitor what's going on. Not only for us in the accounting department, in the program, in housing management, but for council, for the board, and for our tribal members to know, here's what's going on. Make sense? Sort of, kind of? All right, we just talked about this with your accounting system, and this is something you need to think about. Does your current system easily produce the reports you need for your grants? Or do you have to take the money that's coming from your accounting system and put it into Excel spreadsheets or some other method of getting the information you need? Does your accounting system work for you? Yeah, and it should be easy. It's not always, but it should be. If your system is not producing the information you need, first thing, talk to your vendor and see if you can get some training. See if there's any way to redesign the reporting structure. Is it that the system isn't doing it, or that we just haven't set it up correctly? If they tell you they can't do it, then you might need to look at some other options. Maybe. But really start paying attention to, what can our system generate? What do we need that we're not getting? What reports are we having to create? Thoughtfully, currently looking at new software. Talk to everybody in here that likes their software. Tell Melissa about it. Yeah, glad to. There's a lot of good systems out there. But definitely, yeah, okay. And talk to and tell Angela too. If you like your software, please share that information. What we don't want is for you to have to basically manually do all of your reporting, because you're just opening yourself up to trouble. And there are multiple softwares out there that can be really effective. Sage is one I've heard a lot of good things about, and I've got basic familiarity with it. but that's far from the only one. Why don't we take, I don't know, what do you want, a 10-minute break? Does 10 seem reasonable-ish? Okay, why don't you come back? I'm gonna give you an extra 3 minutes. Don't waste them. So everybody back at 20 till the hour. We're gonna come back and we'll finish some of this out. And then we'll break for lunch in about another hour and a half-ish. Does that work? All right, 20 till. Nicole's ready. May just be you and me. Oh, nope, there's Craig, Heather, Melissa. Tasha, Angel, and Wow. Everybody's ready. All right, let's do this. We've talked a lot about this section already. Accurate, current, complete disclosure of financial results of each award in accordance with the reporting requirements. Have to use the standard OMB approved reports. You also have NAHASDA program reports. SF 425, IHP, APR. In addition, you must perform self-monitoring processes to assure compliance with federal grant and awarding agencies. Awarding agencies eventually will make site visits. Has anybody had an on-site monitoring, or is everything still being done remotely? And I'm pretty sure the answer is remote right now. Yeah, I think most of the ONAP monitoring right now is still being done remotely. Did anyone have on-site for audit? Yeah, it looks like everybody's remote on monitoring. You did have on-site auditors this year? Yeah, I've seen a mix. A lot of it's been dependent on where the auditors are and what's been going on in your area. There's still a few that are doing remote. This is why self-monitoring becomes so important, because you have to monitor your own stuff to make sure you've complied with your requirements as well. You're kind of that stopgap to make sure everything's getting done so that you've got some confidence that when there are monitorings, you'll be ready. So we keep talking about accurate, current, complete data. What do we mean when we say that? Accurate is correct. The actual amount of grant revenue and the actual cost for the reporting period are correct. Current, it's everything up to now. Complete, everything's in there. How do you monitor that? I mean, it's really easy to say, oh yeah, Everything's in here. We are accurate, current, complete. You reconcile, and then you reconcile some more. What else do you do? Knowledgeable people should be reviewing your reports. Who are your knowledgeable people? Directors, managers, BOC. Well, yeah, that pretty much covers it. Keep a record, meet quarter. Oh, you all have a compliance officer. Yeah, that makes a big difference. For those of you who do not have compliance officers, again, make sure, even if you do have a compliance officer, do you have the right people reviewing the information? Somebody knowledgeable, usually your program managers, your housing director, your board. Those are your knowledgeable people. In reviewing your accounting system, things that you should consider. Are the financial reports understandable, reliable, relevant, timely, consistent, comparable? Well, that's a lot to unpack, isn't it? How do you know it's reliable? We reconciled. How do you know it's understandable? Who's reviewing this? And do they have enough questions to show that they understand what is being reported? Or do we have to walk them through the entire process? Is it relevant? Are the right people getting the right information? Is it consistent, comparable? If we look at our budget to actual, does it make sense, or are we having to explain, no, you have to add these numbers together before you can really understand what this is talking about? Are we doing a ton of Excel spreadsheets to provide reports? If you are doing a ton of Excel spreadsheets, again, either talk to your vendor and see if some of that information is available in your system, or see if there are additional reports that you can customize and develop. Can we produce reports in a variety of formats to verify expenses are applied to programs correctly, and we can report grant activities to the granting agencies? Can we develop our SF 425 from our reports? Can we develop our IHP and our APR from our reports? Do we have timely, accurate financial reports for internal users? Board managers, board of commissioners, tribal council. When we're reporting our SF 425, what is included in that report? I mean, it's a required report, but what are you getting out of it? Yeah, we're getting our annual total for the grant. How much money came in, how much went out? How much program income do we have? Is that useful for the board? Depends. It is useful, but probably they want more detail than that. How many of you have boards that want to see additional information besides just total grant in, grant out? What kind of question, what information does your board need? What do they ask for? Give you a big one that's not technically in one of those. Vacant units. Cost spent on rehab. You might be able to pull cost spent on rehab through one of your reports. What about tenant accounts receivable? Individual programs within the grant are on track. Yep. Does your tenant account receivable show up in your IHBAPR? No. Does it show up in your SF 425? No. Is that important information for your council, your board, your managers? Yep. How many of you have a board that wants to look at a specific piece of it? You submit a copy of your monthly financials. Do you have boards that ask questions on vendors? Who is this? Why are we doing so much business with them? For contracts you do, yeah. How come all of our money is going to Home Depot and not Bob's Hardware? Good, they should be involved in selecting those big contractors. But do they ever have questions on some of the smaller ones? Why do we spend so much money on maintenance? Why aren't they taking care of it? How do we get people? Why don't we have all of these people in? Yeah, why aren't units turning over faster? Why isn't the wait list changing? We've had these same people on this wait list for a year. What's going on? Is that information that they should get? Do they need that to make decisions? Mhm. What kind of decisions would a board member or would your board as a whole make from looking at your wait list? Number one, why isn't it moving? Number two, you can look at that. Do we need more units? Not only do we need more units, but what kind of units do we need? Do we need 2-bedroom? Do we need multifamily housing? Do we need, mostly 2 and 3-bedroom? What about apartments? Is there anything else we can do to get people housed? Maybe we look at building units through LIHTC. What's something else that really won't show up on the financials, these financial reports, that your board's going to ask about? Conveyance. How many of you are still conveying 37 Act homes? No one? Are all of your units conveyed? Are you through mutual help? You're still doing the conveyance? Is that board concern? Absolutely. Why is conveyance a board concern? Why are they getting involved in this? Because they're probably hearing from people going, we did everything we were supposed to do, and I don't know why our unit hasn't conveyed. I'm sure nobody's ever heard that before. Nicole, you just think you're lucky stars. Are these important issues for the board? Absolutely. Are they overall important issues to HUD? Some. They want to make sure you're doing it and that you're doing the reporting, but their concerns are, is your formula count correct? Think about the things that will help your board members address the questions they get. And that's some of the information you should be providing. How many of you are in two or three person housing authority? Is anyone in one of those smaller? Wow, no one. Oh, yeah, you're kind of small. Yeah. How do you use the board to assist you if you have limited staff? Use them as part of your segregation of duties. Board has final decision. Yeah, a lot of people have the board review financials, enforcing policy. That's big. And when we get into segregation of duties and internal controls, if you're a small organization, make sure that you use your board as review. Yeah, have them signing checks, absolutely. A lot of smaller tribes have board review and approve the bank reconciliations, or at least review the checks that were written. Some way to ensure that we have adequate segregation of duties. Okay, here's just some different ways you can track. Again, do we want to dump salaries just into one lump of NAHASDA salaries? I mean, you can. But why do we want to split it out to the best of our ability? Number one, it's going to make it easier when we do our APR. Number two, it gives us a more realistic look at what it costs us to run a program. Why is that important? Budget. Yeah, if we lost fund, if we suddenly had to fund this ourselves, this particular piece, could we afford to? Do we have enough people operating in this particular area? Do we need to staff it up? Do we have enough people in maintenance? If not, what are our options? Do we have enough people in housing services? Not, what are our options? All of these things we need to constantly be considering. Does that make sense to everybody? Is anyone currently having a problem with being overstaffed? I love this. Nope, nope. Yeah, everybody's understaffed that I know it. There's a couple of places that as they're coming off of ERAP, if they had staffed up for it, they might be a little overstaffed, but most people were understaffed running ERAP in the first place. So yeah. How do we allocate our time and energy? Is everybody familiar with the trial balance? Yeah, it's great. And that is going to be an interesting situation because as some of these grants that we received specifically for pandemic issues, as those go away, are we going to be overstaffed? And if so, what are we going to do with these people? Why is that going to be an issue? Number one, they're probably your tribal members. Number two, you've got them trained up. It's kind of a shame to have to let them go. How are you going to adjust? How are you going to manage that? So you've had people, you're basically bringing them in, getting them trained, and then once they're finished with your side, you're sharing the wealth. And that's the ideal situation. But yeah, this is going to be a problem. And it's something you need to start thinking about now because it's going to start happening at probably 2023. We had a little go away in 22, but 23, 24 are going to be the big ones, I think. Hey, everybody comfortable with the trial balance? What is a trial balance? Trial balance at its most basic is a list of every general ledger account and the balance as of that date. Debits have to equal credits. How many of you review your trial balance on a regular basis? regular being, quarterly, annually, whatever. Melissa, do you mind sharing what you're doing with it bi-weekly? And again, you don't have to. Make sure you have enough funding for projects that are in current construction. Well, that's a good thing to do. Yeah. Overage. Okay. So are you running trial balance or are you running budget reports? And aren't you one of the people that's got the software that's outdated? Both. The board's very involved. I know it can be frustrating, but it's much better to have an involved board than a board that is like, yeah, whatever. What should you be looking for? Put into ONAP, request training. And that's true on pretty much anything that we discuss. You can request training. And ONAP has already got it budgeted. Just got to go through the process. You can get board training, anything else. So what are some of the things you should be looking for on your trial balance? The first thing you should look at. Does it actually balance? What's another thing you should be looking at? Do we have debit balances in credit accounts? Or do we have credit balances in debit accounts? If our prepaid expenses were negative, would that be a problem? Yeah. I mean, we say, does it balance? What are things that can happen to keep your trial balance from balancing? Is anybody familiar with the term orphan account? Yeah, we're definitely looking for items put in the incorrect account. Has anybody heard the term orphan account? It's an account line that was added at some point and was not mapped from the last training. I love it. It's an account that you put in, somebody added, and it didn't get mapped correctly. So you can enter stuff into that account, but because it didn't get mapped to the reporting, it's not showing up in any of the reports. So everything's going to be out of balance. Has anybody had that happen before? I have more than once. I mean, this is just stuff that happens. So you're very fortunate. Or we've got old accounts that are still hanging out in the GL from, 10 grants ago and somebody accidentally put something in there. That happens as well. That counts as an orphan. To haul out there all alone and not in its place. So these are the kinds of things you should be looking for as you're going through. Okay, let's talk about accounting records. Must have records that identify adequately source and use of funds for federally funded activities. They must contain the appropriate information pertaining to federal awards. Authorizations, obligations, unobligated balances, assets, expenditures, income, interests. What are some source documents for all of these items, or for any of these items? Invoices. What else? Contracts, accounts receivable reports, bank reconciliations. Anything that supports the amount that we have reported. So how do we report income? What's a source document for income? Rent revenue report, absolutely. Drawdown reports as well. Everything that supports that number. Receipt for miscellaneous income. Give me an example. You know I'm going to be difficult like that. What kind of miscellaneous income do you all have? Yeah, it's usually small stuff. Coke machine money. Somebody comes in and pays for copies. All of that's miscellaneous income. Okay, are you using these documents to support payments, cash received, or adjusting entries, such as receipts, invoices, credit card statements, purchase orders, journal entries, prior approvals, packing slips, contracts, electronic funds transfer, expense reports, copies of checks received, mileage logs, timesheets, travel expense report? Is everybody using all that stuff? How do you use it? The first thing you're using it for is to determine, is this an allowable cost? As in, was it necessary, reasonable, properly recorded, reviewed, and approved? Was it allocated correctly? Did we put it in the right place? If there's an allocation, usually timesheet, are we allocating appropriately? Is it appropriately classified? Did we do the appropriate procurement? Did we meet the grant requirements? And can we prove it? Your system doesn't work if you can't prove it. If we just have to take your word for it, that's not an effective system. You have to be able to prove everything you say. Questions on that before we dive into internal controls and accounting systems? Feel good about source documents? Understand orphan accounts? Are you starting to think about some ways you might be able to improve your system, or things that might be helpful if you could do with your system? Or are you looking at your system and going, yep, ours does this. This is good. Okay, let's get into internal controls. What's the purpose of internal control? Yeah, it's always a challenge to use your software to its full potential. You know, the first thing you have to do is determine, what do we need? What do we need our software to tell us? Then you can look at, what would we like our software to be able to provide? And if you can hit both of those, I mean, you're golden. Sometimes to get the want, you're going to have to talk to your vendor and describe to them, in our perfect world, can we have this report? Got a lot of people, and I've done it myself, that will take an Excel spreadsheet and say, here's what I'm having to use to pull everything together. Is there a report, or can we develop a report that will give me all of this in one place? Has anybody done that? Have you sent your software people? Yeah. Tell them what you want. Here's what I'm pulling together. Can we just make the machine do this instead of me doing it? Because that's an hour of my week that I've got other things to do. Really encourage you to think about that and to do that. Most of the time, the vendors either already have that in place or can put it in place fairly simply. And again, why do we want to not do an Excel report? Time-consuming and errors. Anytime we're taking information from one place and manually entering it into another place, we're opening ourselves up to problems. How many of you use housing management software, HDS, doorways, something like that? Do you have to physically take the report from HDS and manually enter that information into your accounting system? Does that open up the door for errors? Yeah, it is lump sum. Yeah, if you can find a system that will interface, that's the gold standard. And no, I don't have one at this point. I think lump sum is about the best we can do right now, but you've really got to make sure that you're monitoring that information. Oh, we're all hoping to get it integrated. Oh, and that is another challenge. Are we getting the reports timely to get it entered? If you're not the person, if you don't have the ability to run the report, you are waiting for other people. And that slows down the process as well. Yeah, it all depends on your setup as to who's able to access what. Honestly, my first thought for Angela is you should be able to run the report. You may not be able to do anything other than run a report, but you should be able to do that, and it might be worth asking on that. You can say I said so. I'm sure they'll care. But yeah, you at least the ability to look at the info and run the report. You shouldn't have the ability to change any information. I would agree with that. And there may be a reason why it was set up that way in the first place. Don't know, but it's worth asking the question and reminding them how much easier it will make it for them, because you can run your own report without having to bug them for it. Is there anybody else who does not have access to the housing management reporting? Just the reporting. Hey, Angela, now you can tell them everybody else does. Melissa, that may be the case. Yeah, that may well be the case. And that's one, yeah, we spend a lot more time on segregation of duties in the basic financial management, but there will be some discussion on it. And it's important that your name is not the only one throughout the whole process. Because if you have one bad day, it's all on you. You want people checking you and backing you up. Remember, internal controls and segregation of duties are to protect you and the organization. Because we're all going to have those days. Okay, that segregation of duties and tenant services runs everything. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Just make sure you're not initiating, approving, and executing. Okay. Because that's where it gets really nasty. All right. Do we have anything else on accounting systems? And we can talk about those as long as we need to. That's not an issue. You want to talk about internal control? What are we doing with internal control? What's our goal? We want to be effective, efficient, reliable, and in compliance with our policies and the regulations. That's the sweet spot right in there. So what is an internal control system? Again, we say these words a lot. We talk a lot about internal control, but we don't talk a lot about the detail of the internal control process. Okay, so an internal control system is a process. Hey, Elizabeth. Yeah, it's a check and balance, but in some ways it's more than that. We're providing reasonable assurance that the objective of the entity will be achieved. So we've got objectives and risks, and everything is going to be classified into at least one of the following: operations, reporting, or compliance. We keep saying the words effective and efficient. What the heck does that even mean? We do it the same way every time. And what we're doing is in compliance with our policy. Why do we want to do it the same way every time? What's the point? Make sure it's done correctly. We have made a decision along the way. I see, Tasha, I like that. Practice makes perfect. Gaining consistency. Yeah. We want to do it the same way every time because we have looked at the whole thing and made a decision in our policy. This is the best way for us to handle it. We treat everything the same way every time because we have, after a long time of trial and error, come up with this policy that is best for us. Reporting, again, the reliability for internal and external use. Compliance with laws, regulations, and our own policies and procedures. Okay, so the process is to identify an objective, design the controls, verify the controls are in place and working, leading to the objective being achieved. Clear as mud, right? What's the main thing, one of the main things your auditors are doing when they come in? That bottom bullet point. When your auditors are testing compliance, they are verifying that the controls you have in place are working, leading to the objective being achieved. Internal control includes the plans, methods, policies, procedures used to meet your mission, your strategic plan, your goals, and your objectives. Internal controls help managers, board, and staff achieve desired results through effective stewardship of the resources. What's all that stuff mean? Managers, board, and staff have a requirement and an expectation that they are going to be effective stewards of the resources. We, as a housing authority, are going to spend our grant money in accordance with the rules. We are going to get the most out of our grant as we possibly can. And in that process, we are following the goals and objectives that we outlined in our IHP. Do you have a mission statement in your organization? Jaylene does. Dennis does. What is your mission statement? You may have a lot more words and more objectives involved. You've got that and division statement. Your basic mission statement is to provide safe and affordable housing to your tribal members. You may have more involved in it in your mission statement than just that. But ultimately, everything you do comes down to how are we going to provide safe and affordable housing to our tribal members? What are we going to do to ensure that we do that? And we do it effectively and efficiently with what we've got. Okay, that is right there, the series of actions that occur throughout the entire entity, built into your structure that helps management and the board achieve the goals and objectives on an ongoing basis. We don't just do this once and call it good, okay? We do this every day, over and over. We have an internal control system that's working all the time. We have constant goals. Our goals are always being updated. Does anybody just finish it and go, yay, we're done? Don't have to do that again. No. Grants are going to come in and go, but we're still eyes on the prize. Make sense? The board and management are responsible for effective internal controls. Okay, they set the objectives, implement the controls, evaluate the system. You are not going for absolute assurance. You are going for reasonable assurance of meeting your goals and objectives. Why are you not going for absolute assurance? Think about your costs. Think about maintenance costs. Can you absolutely guarantee that every single dollar charged to maintenance was 100% used on maintenance? Nobody took, you know, when the guys turned in their hours, every second reported on that work order was to a specific unit. Nobody took a phone call or had a bathroom break or anything like that. What are we looking for? Reasonable assurance. Can you provide absolute assurance? Yeah, but you're going to have 2 or 3 people doing every single job. Is that cost effective? No, absolutely it is not. So you're always balancing what can you do with what is it going to cost us to do it? Is the benefit we're getting more than the cost of it? That's true. I don't care what kind of organization you're working for. Everything is always going to come down to cost versus benefit. Okay, so the requirements under 2 CFR 200, and again, I know this is the dry stuff. This is where we're setting the stage. We're building our base for moving on with this. So we've got to understand the rules. Rule number 1, establish and maintain effective internal control over the federal award that provides reasonable assurance that the entity is managing the award in compliance with statutes, regulations, terms, and conditions of the award. I mean, that's pretty much the goal right there. We all agree on that? Internal controls should be in compliance with the guidance and standards for internal control in the federal government, which is known as the Green Book, which is in your material, issued by the Comptroller General, or integrated control, and the internal control integrated framework issued by the Committee of Sponsoring Organizations of the Treadway Commission, known as COSO. The only difference between the two is COSO is for all organizations. Green Book is specifically government. It's basically the same information all the way through, though. This is a should, okay? The must is that the entity must comply with statutes, regulations, terms, and conditions of the federal award. What does should mean? Should is best practice. You are strongly encouraged. Must is you absolutely have to. You must monitor and evaluate the non-federal entity. And just to be clear, you are the non-federal entity. Tribes, housing authorities, states, all of those are non-federal entities. Okay, so you have to evaluate and monitor your compliance with the statutes, regulations, terms, and conditions of the award. You must take prompt action when instances of non-compliance are identified, including non-compliance identified in audit findings. So what does that say? If we have a finding in our self-monitoring, our monitoring, or our audit, we've got to address it. If we have an instance of non-compliance identified in our day-to-day work, which is how our control system is supposed to work, we have to address it. We can't ignore it and wait for it to just go away on its own. You have to take reasonable measures to safeguard protected personally identifiable information and other information the federal awarding agency designates as sensitive or the non-federal entity considers this sensitive consistent with applicable federal, state, local, tribal laws regarding privacy, obligations, and confidentiality. All right, this is why we talk so much about protected personally identifiable information right off the top of this training. What are some of the things you do internally to safeguard that information? Think about your own organization. What are some of the things you do to protect the info? Because you do. And again, how do I know you do? Because you're getting grant money. Do you have a confidentiality statement in your personnel policy? Mm-hmm. Do you have passwords? Do those passwords limit who has access to what information? Do we not post names in our conflict of interest disclosure? When we do a public notice, do we include names? No. Do we have locked file cabinets? Oh, you've got locked offices. Yeah, can just anybody walk into your housing office, or do you have locked doors and people have to be escorted through or sign in or any of that? Yeah. And these are all reasonable measures that you have taken to safeguard and protect personally identifiable information. Yeah, it should be a key card. I was doing a self-monitoring on site last week, and let me tell you, I was escorted everywhere. Cool. They should. Don't trust me. You don't know what I might be up to. So we said you use passwords, correct? Do you have your password on a little sticky note on your computer or under your calendar pad? If I call you and I need to get into something and I ask for your password, do you give it to me? Yeah, don't. Any of those things are violating your safeguards. You put these things in place, enforce them. Do internal controls mean that we don't trust anybody? I mean, is that what that means? No. It has nothing to do with trust and everything to do with we have made a decision that this is the best way for us to manage in compliance with all of these rules. Okay, It's not about trust. It's about procedure. Board of Commissioners, Tribal Council, responsible for the oversight and direction of the tribe and the TDHE. They are accountable for the actions of and functions of the internal control system and have oversight of the design, implementation, and operation of the internal control system. How? What do they? First question, why? Why are they the ones in charge of this, particularly Tribal Council? If you have a Board of Commissioners, why is council involved?
Program oversight.
Program oversight. Who gets the grant? The tribe. Who is responsible for the activities of the tribe? Your council. What are some of the things they do as far as design, implementation, and operation? Again, oversight of. What are some of the things they do? Does your council appoint your board? Policy development, absolutely. Yeah, they've got to approve your policies. Most cases, the board is appointed by council. Who has to sign off on your environmental? Chairman of the board or your council? Council. Yeah. They approve your policies. Do they have anything to do with your IHP or APR? They just nod and say, yeah, go ahead? Or do they take action on it? Do they approve budgets? Do they review your self-monitoring report and verify that you have taken the corrective actions identified? They do. You cannot delegate away your responsibility for the grant. If you are the grant recipient, it's your problem. Compliance comes back to you. Even though you've designated other people to do these jobs to ensure that we are in compliance, it is still the grantee's responsibility to ensure those things happen. Questions on that? Nobody? Okay, let's talk about components of the internal control system. There are 5 components of the system. Okay, you have to have all 5 functioning to have an effective control system. The control environment. This is where we establish integrity, ethical values, establish our oversight structure, Develop expectations of competence, maintain accountability to tribal members. I feel like we've just talked about that. We didn't really talk about developing expectations of competence. So how did we do that? Do we just leave it up to whatever, or do we take action and develop job descriptions? When we're hiring, do we have specific qualifications identified? Do we go to training? Do we go to the right training? All of those are developing an expectation of competence. Maintaining accountability to tribal members. Does everybody have a general council meeting at least annually with where all tribal members have an opportunity to attend? Do you do twice a year? I'm fine with that. I know some tribes do quarterly. Y'all do monthly. Interesting. Is the APR required to be made available to the public? Public being our tribal members. Yes. Why? I mean, what's the real reason besides HUD says we have to? And they do. Yeah, who are we serving? Why are we here? We're not assisting tribal members. We don't have jobs. Here's what we've done, tribal members. Here's your chance to see exactly what happened in housing this year. This is also why we have to make our policies public, admissions, occupancy, all of that, so that our tribal members know here's what's expected, here's what's offered. Here are the different programs that we are currently offering that you may be eligible for. Risk assessment. Oversee management's assessment of risks to the achievement of objectives, including the potential impact of significant changes, fraud, and management or board override of internal controls. The short, sweet version of risk assessment is, if something's going to go wrong, where will it most likely happen? Have we had significant changes in the last few years? Have we had any changes at all in the grants provided and how we are offering services to our tribal members? Is there anything that hasn't changed in the last couple of years? I mean, this has been crazy. Did that increase risk? Did that increase the opportunity for things to go wrong? When we are working remotely and we are not doing in-person monitoring, and we're not going into tenant homes for a long period. Is that a risk? Absolutely. What are we talking about with management or board override of internal controls? What does that specifically mean? We say in our policy, here's who's eligible, and here's how you go through the process. You fill out an application, you get on the wait list. When your name comes up, you get admitted. Any risks of override in there? Is there a risk that a board member could say, nope, we're going to put this person in instead of the next person on the wait list? Is there a risk that we are going to assist someone who is not technically eligible under our policy? Sure. Interesting. Do fiscal or other departments have the right to question eligibility? I think anybody can question it, but it comes down to, do you have documentation to support this person's admission? Yeah, you don't. You don't share tribal member files. I guess my question is, what are they doing?
Just checking like the validity of an ARP service request or a tenant-based rental assistance request. It's a new kind of uncharted territory for us.
Okay.
And with the A&O being our standard or our Bible, like that's the priority for me if that defines how the rest of the process goes.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that they have a right to question it to the board, but do they have the right to come and get information from you and make you defend it? No. If the board wants to verify that information, obviously you would disclose that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, I'm not providing any information to anybody other than the board as a whole. Because otherwise it's nobody's business. Are there times when management or the board does override internal controls? And the answer is of course. Are there times when they override controls and it's perfectly reasonable that they would? Yes. What do we do if the board chooses to override our policy? Here's an example. Let's say we have a situation in our policy says we don't admit anyone who owes the tribe money. Does anybody have that clause in their policy? 100% document all variances. Yeah, a lot of people, that's a fairly standard requirement for admission. So let's say we have a situation where a tribal member was in housing before, left owing money, and they're back. and they owe $500 because they didn't leave, there was some tenant damage to a unit that we had to fix. They are on the verge of being homeless. It's a single mom, 2 kids, no income. Oh, and we also have a requirement that they have to have a minimum income to be admitted, because they've got to be able to keep the lights on. Single mom, 2 kids, verging on homeless. We're going to admit them or not? Who's going to make that decision? Policy already says we don't admit them. Policy says you have to have minimum income and you can't owe money. Can they appeal to the board? Do they have that right? There you go. Initial denial because they don't meet the requirements. But this person has every right to go to the board, and the board can make that decision. If the board says that they can come in, are we in violation? We're not in violation of the regulations. They're low-income Native American. We have acknowledged in writing through the board minutes that they are aware. Here are the issues involved, and they have made a decision to admit this person. Technicality, yeah. Are they going to get a finding on it? Probably not, because the board has made that decision. Got to be consistent. Yeah, and that's the key. We have to be consistent in applying the policy. If the board makes that decision, that's the board's decision to defend. They have the right to make that decision, and it's up to them. There might be consequences. Probably won't be in this particular situation. But yeah, if they're skipping the wait list entirely and just admitting whoever they want, that's a definite problem. Would you question the board if they admitted somebody who is technically not eligible, but obviously in need? I'm not going to, because it's not my decision to make. Would I document in the policy, we denied this person and on appeal, the board admitted them? You bet I would. How to find the balance. You're dealing with humans. You're dealing with your own tribal members. You're not a county housing department where you don't know any of these people. You probably know everybody who's coming into the program. That's the other reason why it's so important to have these policies and procedures in place. Okay, what's a control activity? Provides oversight to management and development and performance of control activities, policies, procedures. Information and communication. We're going to analyze and discuss the information relating to achievement of our objectives. How do we make sure people, the right people, are getting the right information? Monitoring. So everybody's staying in their lane, basically. Can a board member come and ask you for accounts receivable? I mean, obviously they can't, but are you going to provide that information to them? Individual board member comes to you and says, I need to see the accounts receivable on Susie. What should that board member do? What's our process for information and communication? First, they shouldn't come directly to anybody other than the director. Second, if they want something, it needs to be as a group. We're not providing one report to this person and a different report to this council person. Okay, everybody's getting the same information. If they want additional information, can they request it? Sure. Yeah. And if they want additional information other than what they received in their monthly report, they need to request it as the unit. The entire board, the entire council. We don't play with everybody getting a different piece of information. Why not? Because that's not what oversight is, and their job is oversight. Now they're interfering in the day-to-day. Yeah, they can absolutely get whatever information they want as a group. But we don't give out individual information to individuals because that's not our job. Who's ready for lunch? Anybody? I mean, I know the West Coast people aren't. So maybe it's late breakfast. I don't know. Hey, let's. All right, we're gonna go big here. We're gonna take a whole hour for lunch. So come back at 1:10 for those of you on Eastern time. Does that work? Anybody have any questions before we go? Because we've still technically got 2 extra minutes here. I'm just giving away minutes like candy right now. Okay, when we come back in an hour, we're going to get into the detail of what these components are and how they work and things that we do. Sound good? It was lovely. All right, does anybody have any questions? This will make more sense as we start going through some examples. Okay, management's responsibility. Management has a direct responsibility for all activities. The tribe TDHE. Management will assist in developing the objectives and responding to the risks. And management takes the board or council's objectives and communicates to staff. Again, management's the go-between for our oversight and our staff members who are actually putting all of this into play. The staff should assist in design, implementation, and operation of the system. Report issues noted in the effectiveness of the internal control system. If something is not working, your staff should tell you. If there's an easier way to do it that still meets all of the requirements, staff should let you know. Any suggestions? Do you all have a way to get suggestions from your staff? Did they just tell you, hey, can we try it this way? Or did they let you know we're having a problem with this piece? Can we look at it again? You meet weekly and staff's free to give input. Good. Again, that information and communication. It's got to go not just from the board on down, but it has to go from staff on up as well. Okay, so let's talk about the process. Our objective as part of board and management is to provide safe, affordable housing to tribal members. In the next year, we want to provide assistance to 10 new families with rental assistance. Okay, pretty standard objective. Do we all agree? Is this sufficient as an objective? Sure. It's what we want to do. How many people do we want to assist and in what manner? So how do we address this through the control environment component? Make sure we have appropriate policies and procedures, including conflict of interest requirements and disclosures, and verify staff has appropriate training to determine eligibility. Can you think of any other things that might be part of the control environment? When we say that back here, establishing integrity, ethical values, oversight structure, expectations of competence, and maintaining accountability to tribal members. Is there anything else you would add? Maybe some training for the board to understand the eligibility process or the wait list process, something like that. Maybe. What are the risks? What could go wrong? We could accidentally admit a family who is not low income. Or we might admit a family who is not next on the wait list due to potential override of policy. I'm sure none of those things have ever happened to you in your tribe, but other tribes that aren't in here have probably had that happen once or twice. What's the rule on low income admission? When do you have to be low income? At admission. Doesn't matter if you were low income when you got on the wait list. You have to be low income at the time of admission. Sometimes there's a communication issue on that. Let me ask you a question about your process. Do you in your housing authority, do you require people to be eligible to get on the wait list, or do you take everybody and sort it out when they get to the top? Both are correct. I just want to be very clear on that. Either one is perfectly fine. What's the problem with making sure they're eligible to get on the wait list? What's the negative there? You still have to go through the whole re-verification process to admit it. What's the negative about letting anybody who applies on the wait list? It shows up much bigger than it may actually be. Yeah, and they're not going to qualify for certain types of units. Again, that's a self-determination. There are pluses and minuses to both. What other issues can you think of? What are some other risks on this objective? Melissa, I'm going to steal your answer because there's risk that we might place somebody in the wrong type of unit. Either it's a unit too small for the family or too large for the family, or may not be in the right program. Nicole, what are you doing about it? Do you have people in the wrong size unit in rental? Yeah, families are not large enough. So what do you do? Because this is a fairly common problem. One of the reasons it's so common is because if it was a 37 Act unit, it's probably bigger than what you really need for families today. Move people around, transfer, yeah. And Melissa, that's exactly what you should do. Trying to find people to apply, having the commissioner in their area get the word out, offer people in other areas. Yeah, you adapt, you make it work. The thing is with rental, make sure they understand if they're going into a unit that is either too big or too small for their family, that they understand that they may have to move. Do you have the right to move people around? Absolutely. Why do you have that right? Based on need and because you still own the unit. Yeah, if you have a unit size policy, you have to match it. So even if the next person on the wait list is, inappropriate for this size unit, you may put them in there anyway until a more appropriate size unit opens up. Happens all the time. Another way you may address it is you may have separate wait lists for each size unit. A lot of people do that. Is anybody doing that? Do you have a wait list for like 2-bedroom and a 3-bedroom and a 4-bedroom? Yeah. Yeah, it helps. Is it going to guarantee that it'll take care of problems? No, there's always going to be a problem, but you put your processes in place, you put your policy in place, and you do your best to operate. I love that. You have families who are no longer eligible for certain units due to an increase in income and they have a higher rent rate. So they're more than happy to move so their rent goes down. How many of you do that? Melissa, and that's a question for you. Are you doing a 30% across the board? Or flat percent? You're doing 30%? Yeah. So if my income goes up, so does my rent. Do you have a max rent in place? For some, yeah. So for those that you don't have a max rent, they just keep paying that 30%, which may well be more than fair market, correct? And again, that's totally fine. Why would you do that in housing? Okay, so you've got certain units that require low income. Same with LIHTC. Those have to be for low income. Yeah. You go over income, you have to move. Does anybody have a max rent at fair market value? What's the advantage of doing that or not capping it at all? And just charging 30% of their adjusted income? If they can afford their own housing, it's time for them to move out. You can force it by setting the rules to where that's what happens. And again, why do you want to do that? If I can afford my own place now, Yeah, if I have a wait list for units, let's get these people who can pay for their own home now out of here. Good. I'm glad they're bringing it up. It's just, if you have a wait list at all, it makes sense. Congratulations, the program worked for you. Get out, let it work for somebody else now. Okay, so do we all feel pretty good about these risk assessments? So how do we address the risks with our control activities? We're going to establish a policy to identify procedures to prevent override and conflict of interest. We've already talked about conflict of interest policy and the requirements in there. How do you prevent management override? Do you have something in your policy that says any exceptions must be approved by the board? If not, I encourage you to add that. The board wants to break policy. Okay, but it's going to be in writing and in the minutes and in a board resolution that they made this decision. Which also helps the board uphold and enforce the standards established. Do they enforce policy? Do they follow it? And do they enforce it? And do you have a procedure in place for staff to report any issues? If somebody got moved up the wait list, do you have a method of reporting that? Does anybody have that in place? Good. Yeah, I mean, sometimes even something as simple as what we're talking about can be enough to keep people within policy. So now what are we going to do? We've set our objective to admit 10 new families into our rental assistance program. We have identified training and policy. We have discussed the risks. We've identified the risk response. What do we do now? What's number 4? Anybody remember? Information and communication. How do we get the right information to the right people? Be it from the top down or from bottom up. How do we get the right info to the right people? First, we make sure we have appropriate training opportunities available for staff, for management, for the board. Verify that our policies are reviewed periodically and support appropriate behavior. How often do you review your policies? Realistically, how often are you really reviewing your policies? Should be yearly. Yeah, it should be part of your self-monitoring. What are some other ways that you review policies? Just by following them. You know, staff is using the policy to perform their job. They should note, hey, this is out of date. We changed the form. Or we don't have this person reviewing, now we have this one. Yeah, review with your staff what's working and what isn't. Workflows, exactly. Is this still correct, or are you doing something else? Did we change a form? Did we change a reporting person? You know, whatever is different. We need to make sure we get it addressed in policy, because if we're not following our policy, it's a problem. Okay, we just discussed this. Exceptions are documented by management or board. If it's a management exception, it needs to be documented by the board. Auditors will catch it, and HUD monitoring will catch it. Yeah, your policies have to be functional for you. There's certain things that need to be addressed. I mean, you can always start with one of those basic model policies. And if you need any examples, y'all reach out. I've got a ton of model policies, but that's just your starting point. You have to tailor it to suit your needs and your procedures, and not just go with whatever is in there. Make sense? Yeah, and if the auditors catch you not following your policy, is that a finding? Even if you're following the regs, if you're not following your policy, is that a finding? 100% is. It's also a self-monitoring finding and a monitoring finding. Yeah, you're required to follow your own policies. So this is why you've got to pay attention to what's in there and what people are really doing, and make sure they match. Does that make sense to everybody, or do you need an example? Or okay, the bottom one, the bottom point here is huge. Questions and clarification requests by staff are encouraged and not punished. You ask all the questions you want. Let's make sure you understand. I don't care how many times you have to ask me. I would rather you ask me and get it right than be afraid of getting in trouble and guessing. Got an issue right now with a policy that's not being followed or enforced. Okay. What kind of policy? Just to be very clear, this is also a free zone in here. You can ask anything, it doesn't come back on you.
Okay, I just unmuted myself because it's just way too much to type. One of the issues we've been having for the past 2 years with the board is they're not enforcing our lifetime sex offender policy, whether they're not supposed to be occupying our units.
Okay,
Yeah. They are not listed on the lease as a tenant, but it is well known that they are currently living there with one of our tenants
okay.
in a heavily populated area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so basically you have a policy that requires all adult household members to be listed on the lease and go through a background check.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And that's not being enforced by your board.
Mm-hmm.
Have you had your attorneys talk to them?
I think that's our next step because we tried to, they met with the board, they filed a grievance. The board wasn't willing to follow through with the eviction process because they were no longer in compliance with their lease. And now that it's October, we're not allowed to evict our tenant. So I'm thinking the next step would just to have our legal team take a look at that because it is an older woman that lives there. I think maybe that's a sensitive issue. But it's just, we're not in compliance and it is an audit finding and we have all the documentation for all the steps that we've taken to, try to remedy that.
Right.
But the board is not enforcing that policy. And
I
it's
would
putting
really
other
encourage,
tenants at
I'm
risk.
sorry, go on.
That's okay. It has put other tenants at risk because of it.
Yeah. And that's, I think, probably where I would go about it is the liability issue. The board is aware and is not doing anything. And that makes everybody liable if anything happens. And I don't know, again, not an attorney,
Yep.
but I believe depending on where you are in the situation, they could be individually liable as well,
Right.
which would mean civil suits.
Yeah, we're trying to avoid all of that. I've
Right.
pushed the issue. Our current director has pushed the issue. And I'm not very comfortable with that. This person that's not supposed to be living there, who is a sex offender, has committed a crime of rape in that unit.
In that unit?
In that unit.
Oh, God. Yeah,
And
get the
board,
attorneys.
yeah, the board will still not evict.
Is council aware?
Yes, yes, they are.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, I would get the attorney in quickly to kind of walk through, here are the consequences of continuing to ignore.
Great. Yep, that would be my recommendation as well. Thank you for that. Just
You're
needed to
welcome.
hear it from someone else.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's for exactly the reasons you're saying. And the other issue is, again, this happens fairly regularly. I'm not saying this is your situation, but one situation I have seen is, you have a mother or a grandmother who is the primary tenant, and they've been a great tenant, all of that. They're following all the rules, and son or grandson gets out of prison and has no place to go. So mom takes him in, and now we've got a problem. So either the kid has to go or everybody has to go. It's
Right.
just, yeah.
Mhm.
Can you give access to e-logs to the council? I mean, you can. My question would be why? I would definitely let them see the e-logs report if they want to. Here's when the money hit, here's what we've drawn down. You can see how this tracks back to our financials. depending on your organization, in some cases, council is required to approve the drawdown, at least review it for segregation of duties purposes, but you know, I don't think I would give anybody, maybe the treasurer, access, but probably nobody else. And it's just because of internal controls and segregation of duties, because that takes them into a situation where they're now doing the day-to-day operations and not doing the oversight. Yeah, that never happens. Council that tries to intervene with office staff because they want to control everything. Yeah. Yeah, and again, in some cases, I've seen situations where the treasurer has to sign off on it. And I've seen lots of cases where council or the board reviews the drawdowns, don't have any problem with that. But yeah, I'm with you. Giving them access, I'm going to need a lot more information as to why that's the best plan. Because she's approving expenses before paid, you can document the drawdown. Yeah, so the question becomes, why is this necessary? To them, why is it necessary when here's all of the information? And honestly, sometimes in situations like that, if you can get an understanding, if you can just have that conversation and get a feel for why they feel that they need this, you can tell them how those concerns are addressed. Does that help any? Yeah, you're welcome. But I'm going to keep going back to, you've got all the information there. You can show them, here's where the drawdown was initiated. Here's the bank statement where it was received. Here's the list of checks it was spent on. Tell me what more you want that we're not giving you right now. It's a challenge. Good questions. Does anybody have anything else before we move on to the next component? What's the last component of internal control? What have we talked about so far? We've talked oversight. We've talked risk assessment. We've addressed those risks through our control activities. We've talked about information and communication. What's left? Monitoring. Okay, you're required to do an annual self-monitoring. How many of you do your whole self-monitoring internally? Some people contract. Some people work with another tribe in the area. You do yours internally? Yeah, but you're a pretty good sized organization. That makes it easier. Melissa, do you have enough bodies to do this effectively? Okay, good. Nicole's doing theirs as well. Again, I'm going to keep saying this over and over, particularly for those of you who are in smaller organizations. You can get ONAP assistance with self-monitoring. They want you to be successful, so ONAP will provide training and technical assistance on pretty much anything that you need. So don't hesitate to reach out. Okay, so we're going through the self-monitoring process. We're doing the checklist. We're addressing any compliance issues. What are we looking for in self-monitoring? What's our overall goal? Can we rely on our system? Does the system work? So how do you address that? How many of you pull files and sample? Verify that they were, you do for participants, were they eligible at time of admission? Do we have documentation of waitlist placement? If they were not first on the list, do we know why they got the unit? And is that fairly common that it doesn't go to the first person on the list? Depending on your area, yeah, it may. If you've got a larger service area, people may be very specific as to which area they want to live in, or they may just say no, or they may not respond timely, or there's all kinds of things that can happen. They were out of town, didn't get the letter, and by the time they got back, unit was already gone. Just make sure you document on the wait list, why did we get to this person? Another big one is they're no longer eligible for whatever reason. Okay, auditor findings must be reviewed and addressed in a timely manner. Everybody has had their audit completed probably within the last 3 months, correct? You either had a June 30 or a 9/30. If you had any findings, have you addressed them? Are you in the process of addressing? Same with self-monitoring. If you had any findings, are you currently taking the corrective actions to address them? If we had an error identified in the normal course of business, has it been corrected? What the heck is that? What is an error identified in the normal course of business? I'm signing checks and I'm reviewing the supporting documentation before I sign the check, because that's what our controls say we do. So of course I'm going to do that. And during my review, I note that there's nothing in there that tells me these supplies were actually received. Nobody signed a receiving report or did anything to show me that what we're paying for actually came in. So I send it back. That's a no-no. People still make mistakes. Is that an error identified in the normal course of business? Yeah, what's another way to describe that? Our internal control system working. We're supposed to find that stuff. Doesn't mean we always do, but we're supposed to. Make sense? Questions, comments, statements, anything? Do you have a slightly better feel for the components and what's involved in those? We're going to circle back to the components multiple times throughout here. But does this make more sense than just a list of components now? Good, that's the whole point. So here we go again, one more time. Components of the internal control system are tone at the top, control environment. What do we mean when we say tone at the top? What is that? We're doing what we say. We're walking the talk. So once we've established that, we look at our risk assessment. What external risks, what are the risks outside the organization that could have an impact on us? And what are the risks inside the organization that could have an impact? We didn't talk very much about external risks, but what are a few of those? Y'all should be very good at identifying those after, since 2020. What are some of the external risks that you just have to deal with? COVID shutdown was a huge external risk. Yeah. Not working on site. What made that riskier? Segregation of duties were more complicated, taking confidential information, more outsourcing, and the related scams. Supply and demand. I mean, if you could get it, could you afford it? This is, these are all issues. Multiple funding sources with multiple different requirements. I mean, how many of y'all worked on the emergency rental assistance program? I did. Who else? You managed it? What made that challenging? What was the most challenging part about it for you? I can tell you what it was for me. The most challenging part for me, it's only a 20-hour-a-week position, oh Lord. For me, it's that the requirements when the money came out weren't really identified. I mean, we had kind of a general idea of what we were supposed to do with the money, but we didn't really have the same written guidance we're used to working with NAHASDA. Yeah, it was the challenge because they're building the program as they're trying to get the money out the door. I totally understand what happened, but it still made it really rough to comply, especially when the reporting requirements were a little unsettled. We'll go with a little unsettled. Yeah, the eligibility requirements for the Treasury program versus the eligibility requirements for NAHASDA were night and day. I mean, we don't self-certify income in NAHASDA. You can't just take a piece of paper where I said, yes, this is how much money I made. Give me some more. No. We're gonna third party verify and do all of that. And the Treasury program specifically said, we're not going to do that because this is an emergency. It was an adventure, to put it mildly, as I'm sure you all already know. You know, I just don't have any comments on that because I don't know. I went to those FAQs over and over because that was really the guidance that we had in place. Does that mean we did anything wrong? No, it does not. It means that we had to put in some type of control activities to address the risks without changing the eligibility requirements. So yeah, it was a lot. And we did a lot of information and communication up and down, trying to get all of the information to everyone and to streamline it as best we could. Have you monitored yourself on your ERAP and on your HAF programs yet? Have you included those in your self-monitoring? Do you have to? Under NAHASDA requirements? And no, you don't. It's not a NAHASDA, it's not a HUD program. Should you monitor those programs? Yeah. For 2021, did anyone have those pulled for audits? Were they major programs on your audit? Okay, well, for those of you who have already done that, you know they're going to get tested. Even if they're smaller, they're considered a high-risk program because Treasury said so. So really make sure you have all your documentation in place. Yeah. Probably your biggest fund, wasn't it, Nicole? Was for a lot of people, and it may still be for 22 as well. It's still probably going to be up there. I'm just telling you, Treasury has put that as a high-risk program, which is something we'll talk more about Thursday. Oh, you got, well, see, that's how you know you're doing well. You got a third funding cycle, so you've gotten the reallocated funds. So you're still running until December 29th? A lot of people are. Okay, good. You've got all of yours by the 30th. Yeah, if you've got reallocated funds, it's an extended allowable period and period of performance until December 29th. Don't ask me why it's the 29th, but it is. Yeah, few people are finding that out as well. Yeah. Double check the guidance they gave you. But it should be, yeah. Good. Then you're not even going to be in that situation. Because nobody does. It was a great program, though. I mean, it was a really good way to keep a lot of people in their homes. And it was a great way for the tribes and TDHEs to be able to collect some of those back rent amounts. Because let's face it, we all pretty much quit collecting. So it was tough, but I will stand behind the fact that it was an excellent program overall. Good. Yeah. Doesn't mean I ever want to do it again, but it was definitely something that was needed. Okay, so we just talked about all of the pieces there. Yeah, half doesn't seem to be as bad. Seems to be smaller. And I can see why that's going to be a harder one to spend in housing, because you have to be dealing with a mortgage, and that's just not the situation in housing. It's going to be more on a tribal side, and that's going to add to the challenge. I do not know yet if you can do a second round of help. I have not heard that you can. But honestly, I'm not working much on that program. If you email me, I'll see if I can find out. Sure. All right, let's talk about the principles of internal control. Within the 5 components, there are a whole bunch of principles. And we're going to walk through them now. Okay, the control environment, again, foundation of the system, the oversight, the structure providing our ability to achieve objectives. Principle number 1, the oversight body should demonstrate a commitment to integrity and ethical values. Give me an example. Tone at the top. They have to follow the rules. Principle number 2, the oversight body should oversee the internal control system. Give me an example. How does the oversight body oversee your internal control system? Segregation of duties, approving policies. Management should establish an organization structure and delegate authority. How do we do that? Org chart. Management and the board demonstrate a commitment to recruiting and training competent staff, to hiring, recruiting, and training competent staff. What's one of the ways you do that? Job descriptions, perfect. Training opportunities. This right here is demonstrating a commitment to recruiting and training. Management should evaluate performance and hold individuals accountable for internal control responsibilities. How do they do that? What do they do to do that? Annual evaluation. Yeah. How do you hold people accountable? We evaluate performance. We address corrective actions. We provide the tools to resolve the corrective action. And if it doesn't happen, then we discuss it with the individuals. Okay, so those are the 5 principles for control environment. Risk assessment. We've got 4 more principles. Assessing the risks facing the organization as we try to meet our objectives. So the principle, management and the board clearly identify objectives to allow for risk identification. Where do we identify our objectives? Where do you have your objectives as to what you plan to do? IHB. Management and the board identify, analyze, and respond to risks related to meeting objectives. I feel like we just talked about that when we were talking about ERAP, and as we've been talking about some of these other programs. What's the risk? Risk is that we're going to serve people who are not eligible. How do we address that? By putting these requirements in place. Management and the board consider the potential for fraud when identifying, analyzing, and responding to risks. What's the risk that somebody's going to lie and get away with it? What is the risk? Depends on the program. Some programs are inherently more risky than others. Is emergency rental assistance through Treasury inherently more risky than NAHASDA assistance? Yeah, we just talked about why too, because self-certification. Does that mean there's fraud? It means there is a risk for fraud. Okay, then management and the board identify, analyze, and respond to changes that could impact the internal control system, both internal and external. Cannot overstate this one enough. What risks do we have right now? We're short-staffed and we can't get stuff to build. Those are some pretty big risks. Is management responding to those risks? Or are they just throwing up their hands and going, oh, too bad? They're responding. And how are they responding? They're responding based on the information provided as well. So it's making sense how all of this kind of fits together with the reporting. How this all becomes financial management. Control activities. How do we respond? Management and the board design control activities to achieve objectives to respond to risk. What are some of those? Again, we've already discussed those. What are some of the things we've done? We designed forms to allow for self-assessment. We rewrote policy to allow that. We discussed other options to self-assessment, self-certification, including if somebody was already certified as low income through another program, we could continue to treat them as a low income person. Did everyone do that? Did anyone do that? Dead silence. Management and the board design the information system related control activities to achieve objectives, respond to risks. We're constantly communicating. Hey, here's a change we're going to make in our policy based on a new FAQ that was issued. So here's how we're going to address this going forward. Here are the things that have to be tracked for reporting purposes. This is moving quickly, so we need to respond quickly. So we do all of that, and we implement activities through policies and procedures. How many of you turned out policies faster than you'd ever seen in your life? Did anybody do that? I know I wrote a lot of policies over the last 2 years. So on information and communication, how do we get the info out to the right people? Management and the board use quality information to achieve the tribe's objectives. Give me an example of quality information. What's a report you produce that has quality information to achieve objectives? APR is one. Annual budget. Budget to actual report. That's a big one. Yeah, we're using quality information to develop those objectives and to achieve them. We communicate the necessary internal information to achieve objectives, and we communicate necessary information externally to any interested parties. Let's see what we've got in store for the fifth component, shall we? Monitoring. We're almost done here with the principles. Management and the board establish and operate monitoring activities to monitor the internal control system and evaluate results. We do our self-monitoring. Management and the board take appropriate action to address any deficiencies. We address the any corrective actions. Each of these 5 components have to be working for your system to be effective. Okay. If reporting and communication isn't working, the other 4 parts cannot make up for that. We have to have all of the pieces going. Make sense? We good? Other questions? Do we need to go back over anything? Guys went real quiet on me. It makes me concerned. Is this making sense? Do we need to go back over anything? Or where are you in the process? Craig, I'm glad you're good. Okay. Melissa's okay too, so I guess we'll move on. We can always come back if we need to. Who wants to talk about allowable costs? Everybody usually likes allowable costs because that's kind of an interesting little side point as to some of the weird things you can and can't do. And there's a lot of them. Okay, allowable costs. What expenses are allowable costs for federal programs? Tasha, why would I not listen to you? I'm 100% listening to you. Got to have written procedures for control and consistency. I'm not going to talk about indirect costs much because nobody in here is part of the indirect cost pool. We're going to stick mostly to direct costs. We will talk a little bit about cost allocation, and we're going to spend some quality time in subpart E, cost principles. All right, total change of pace from internal control. There is no universal rule for classifying certain costs as either direct or indirect. Maybe direct with respect to some services or functions, but indirect with the award. For our purposes, we are either looking at planning and admin costs, or we're looking at a direct charge. Agreed? So what are your responsibilities when you're spending your funds? There's that effective and efficient thing again with sound management practices. Again, same situation. We're not reinventing our process every time. We're following our policy. We're administering the grant in accordance with NAHASDA statutes and regulations. We're using sound organization and management techniques tailored to unique needs. What does that mean? Is your setup going to look like anybody else's setup? As far as your segregation, your flow of information, duties. No, everybody's going to have something slightly different based on what programs are you offering, what's in your IHP, what kind of staffing situation do you have? Do you have a lot of people with experience? Do you have a lot of new people? Do you have an experienced board, or do you have a new board? All of those things come into play in how you're going to set up your entire system. You have to be consistent. You have to provide adequate documentation to support any cost charged to the grant. And what is that adequate documentation called? Source document. Remember when we talked about source documents? Anybody remember that? Okay, here's the piece I was talking about earlier. You can't earn a profit unless it's authorized by the terms and conditions of the federal award. You don't make money off of grants. You can make program income off of a grant, but what happens to that program income? Can you keep your program income and allocate it to tribal members? Nope. What do you do with program income? It has to be spent on allowable housing activities. So yes, you can earn money, but it's not a profit, because in a profit world, you'd be able to distribute it however you want it. Can't do that with program income. So how do we determine a cost is allowable? Has to be necessary, reasonable, allocable. Conform to grant award criteria. Has to be consistent with our policies and procedures. Has to be accorded consistent treatment as either direct cost or an indirect cost. Has to be determined in accordance with GAAP. Cannot use as cost sharing or matching unless it's approved. NAHASDA will let you do that. Must be adequately documented and must be incurred during the approved budget period. When we're talking about program period for NAHASDA, are we looking at a 1-year period or are we looking at kind of infinity period? More than 1 year. How many of you have been in housing for at least 10 years? Besides me. Okay, then Craig, you remember when we used to do a NAHASDA grant every year, correct? Yeah, for those of you who are in housing within the last 10 years, we used to have an individual grant for every year for NAHASDA, and each one of those grants had to be accounted for. So when we get to the end of the year, we might have, you know, $10 in 4 different grants, all of which we had to show as active. Okay, it was a nightmare. 2012 is when NAHASDA, when HUD said, we're just going to have 1 grant. That's where they took all of the old money and put it into ELOCs, and then it gets added every year. So we still have the same grants. We're reporting annually, but we're still only working with 1 grant. Which means what from a paperwork standpoint? Much easier. We only have to have 1 pot of NAHASDA money instead of, you know, 4 or 5 different NAHASDA pots. We have basically automatic carry forward. We don't have to use it or lose it. If we don't spend our whole grant, it's okay, we can spend it next year, which allows us to budget for longer term projects. That makes sense? It's a lot easier. I mean, it's still complicated. There's always going to be pieces that are difficult, but it's a heck of a lot easier than it used to be. So what do we mean when we talk about necessary and reasonable? Has to be necessary to perform with the terms and conditions of the award. Big one that you need to be paying attention to are these next 2. Does not exceed the amount that a prudent person would spend for that item under those circumstances. And you must document, or you should document, any special circumstances that would reasonably make you pay more for something. Is what you're paying for lumber now a little different than what it was 3 years ago? What about fuel? What about total development costs? What about fair market rents? Anything that you don't really have an option on right now. Make a note, pandemic time period, pandemic rules in place, something to acknowledge that this was a crazy time, and please don't judge us for paying $6 a gallon for gas. We didn't have a choice. Okay, failure to plan is not an allowable special circumstance. Just because you forgot to include it doesn't mean that we can just do whatever. What's an applicable credit? Would an example be helpful? How many of you have an account with Home Depot or Lowe's for maintenance supplies? Does anybody? Do you get a purchase discount or do you get like a gift card? Both. When you get the gift card, is that new money? Discount because of volume. So when you get that a credit for the discount, is that new money or does that just reduce your cost? Yeah, you have to show it as a reduction in the cost. So you would have maintenance expense and then contra expense for the credit. How many of you use Amerant for your insurance? Have you gotten a rebate? Yeah. Is that new money or is that a reduction in our insurance expense for the year? I mean, is that brand new money? We can go do whatever we want. Yeah, reduces our expense. Okay, direct costs. I don't know. You feel like we need a break before we tackle direct costs? Anybody besides me thinking a break would be really good? I definitely think it would. So why don't we take 10 minutes, come back at 1/4 of, finish out allowable costs before we leave. All right, 10 minutes, 1/4 of. How many of you have in place some kind of an allocation plan internally to break out payroll time, to charge directly to one of your approved activities instead of dumping it all in planning and admin. Is anybody doing that? What are the benefits of doing that? Good. I'm glad to see so many people are doing it. Why? Why does that make sense for you? Yeah. Does everybody have the 20% planning and admin? Yeah. Okay, there may be a few in here who are in the 30%. So that's what I'm trying to verify. Yeah, you've got that 20%, and that has to cover anything that cannot be charged directly to a grant. For payroll, for salaries, for supplies, things like that, most tribes want to treat it as a direct cost to the activity. Number one, to keep it out of planning and admin. Number two, because it just makes sense. It doesn't, this accounting stuff doesn't just magically happen, okay? As we all know. So do you have people doing timesheets to allocate? Do you already have did you do a time study and have an allocation set up? How are y'all doing it? Distribution code on percentage, you've got a wage allocation. Yeah, as long as it's a reasonable method, makes perfect sense. How many of you have a receptionist in your office? You have two. Nice. Is that person's pay charged to planning and admin, or is it charged directly to an activity? One is P&A, one is to tenant services. Starting to use the admin bucket. Why are you using the admin bucket for a receptionist for the most part? Can you theoretically break down their time to each program? In theory, you could. But from a practical standpoint, does it make sense? No. Because this person is doing work for everyone. Yeah, I mean, they may take payments. They are probably answering the phone, accepting packages, directing people to the right person, getting people signed in, getting people signed out. I mean, in theory, it is technically possible to break down their time in 5-minute increments, but is it worth the cost of this person doing so? No. You can, but it doesn't make sense because it's not easy to do that. So direct cost examples include compensation for employees who work on IHP activities, cost of materials and supplies for housing maintenance, insurance, administration of funds and programs, costs for rehab, direct costs of a minor amount are may be thrown in as planning and admin because it's just easier. Do we want to track every pencil? Or are we just going to say pencils are planning and admin and move on with our life? How many of you are tracking what pencil went to who? You can. Again, some people will. I won't, because I'm lazy. Again, cost benefit. Just because we can doesn't necessarily mean it's in our best interest to do so. If you have it into a process and it's pretty simple, sure, go ahead. So you have everyone finds out their supplies and allocates monthly. So, and again, this is because I'm me and this is what I do. What happens if I swipe your pen? Because I will. I won't mean to, but I will 100% steal your pen. That department's going to pay for it. Again, if you've got it set up to where it's a pretty simple process, I wouldn't change it. If you've decided we're not going to track it because we don't want to, and we're just going to throw it all in planning and admin, that's totally fine too. I don't care which way you do it, as long as you're consistent. And honestly, I don't know what it is. Those of you who have had me on site know I just have sticky fingers with pens. I don't take anything else. And that's why you're doing it, because your planning and admin is almost maxed out. And that makes sense. If you're already pushing that 20%, then it makes sense that you're going to allocate everything you possibly can to bring that down. For those of you who still have room under the cap, yeah. You just allocate about 5 pens to me if I'm on site and move on with your life. Indirect for our purposes is planning and admin. Board expenses, annual audits are always going to be part of planning and admin. How many of you allocate part of the executive director's salary? I've seen a lot of people throw 50% of the ED to each of the programs, and then 50% to other, either IHBG or planning and admin, something like that. What's the key to doing that appropriately? You have to have source documents. What is the source document to support the allocation? Usually starts with the timesheet. Question on that? Where does board training go? The board decides they're going to Hawaii for a conference. Planning and admin. Yeah, that one has to. Cost is allocable if the goods or services involved are chargeable or assignable to a federal award or other cost objective in accordance with relative benefits received. Incurred specifically for the award. Benefits both the federal award and other work of the entity and can be distributed in proportions that may be approximated using reasonable methods. Go back to that receptionist. Can you approximate the proportions using reasonable methods? Depends on you, depends on what that person is doing. Can we allocate those pens in a method that in proportions that can be approximated using reasonable methods? Yeah, if I have to sign out for it, that's a reasonable method. Necessary to the overall operation of the entity and is assignable. We can say specifically, this goes all to federal grant. This person works 100% on grant. Now, within that grant, they may have multiple different activities. It's your choice for most of these direct costs as to whether you want to do an allocation to each activity or not. Your board is always the exception. Your audit, you cannot, there is no way to allocate that using a reasonable method. Does that make sense? Can you allocate audit costs over multiple grants? Absolutely. Can and should. But within an activity in the grant, yeah, that's really pushing it. So don't do it. Gonna skip this because it's not a problem. Okay, here's the info for exactly what we've talked about. Expense use benefit can be specifically identified with one or more source. Project manager overseeing construction that's funded with IHBG and ICDBG would make perfect sense to do a 50-50 split. Or 60-40, whatever the cost is. Develop an allocation model to multiple projects to allocate costs on the proportional benefit. Again, this is more for the activities. Can we do it? Reasonable and rational to equitably distribute cost to programs and grant cost objectives. Can somebody in resident services have allocation to multiple different housing activities? Yeah, if they're working on multiple housing activities, yeah, of course. And they may be doing rental assistance and doing inspections and doing admissions for rehab for homeowners, possibly tenant-based rental assistance. Makes perfect sense. You'd allocate across all those activities. Will your accounting system track and allocate? Let's talk about your payroll systems. How many of you have some timekeeping software? So if I come in and I swipe my badge or whatever method I'm using to sign in, can I allocate every time I change projects? Or have we already determined based on timesheets, this is your allocation? Okay, so you do it all at the back end. I'm just signing in, signing out. We've already established the allocation method in the system, and it's going to respond. Set allocation to begin. Changes can be made prior to processing. You do it at month end. Your allocations are entered as percentages based on grant awards. And your time is allocated by program throughout the day, every day. You do it during payroll processing. Are all of these perfectly reasonable ways to address it? They are. Again, just because it works for you doesn't mean it has to work for somebody else. It just has to work for you. Questions on that? How many of you outsource payroll? Got one, two. You process internal. Okay, y'all didn't like ADP sometimes. You're thinking about taking it in-house as their GL mapping is difficult to import. You use Paychex, you use Heartland. Depending on your organization, it might be worth just at least looking at. In some cases, it's cheaper to outsource than to do it internally. I'm a big fan of outsourcing because they take the liability. So if it's screwed up, it's not my problem. I mean, I still have to fix it, but I don't have to pay for the fixing of it. If it's already working fine and you're doing it internally, I wouldn't change. Just remember there are options. They process your quarterlies. Yeah. That was the thing I loved. And if you're in a state where you have people coming from another state, if you're on the border, a lot of times it just makes more sense to outsource so you don't have to worry about the state tax differences. And I know a couple of you are. If you're not, that's just one less thing you have to deal with. Again, making sure everybody's aware that's an option. Whether you choose to or not is up to you. Okay, here is just a sample allocation. They're allocating based on percentages and number of people involved. A lot of ways to do this. You can do it as a percentage of the total budget. You can do a percentage based on the number of bodies. You can do a percentage based on timesheets. Just has to be reasonable. Back to the credits. Let's see, we talked about purchase discounts. We talked about rebates. We did not talk about insurance recovery, did we? Okay, we're going to just touch that one quickly. How many of you have had an insurance claim on a unit? Fire, flood, contamination. Something happened, we have to tear the unit down and rebuild. We are going to spend 100, let's make it less. We're going to spend 80,000 to rebuild the unit, and insurance is going to take care of all but 5,000 of it. How do we account for it? Does it go in at 80,000 or does it go in at 5,000 for our capital outlay? The asset is going to be worth 80,000. Or actually the asset's going to be whatever the value was of the unit in first place. Because we're returning it to at least that standard. How much new money are we spending to build that unit? How much grant money do we have to spend? 5,000. Yeah, I did say 5,000. We'll assume the 5,000s are deductible. Is that fairly reasonable for everyone? So on our NAHASDA expense, our capital outlay side, it's only going to be 5,000. Because we've got how much we put in 80. What is that? 75 is paid for through insurance, so we're only out $5,000. That makes sense. The asset's repaired, so the value of the asset stays whatever it was. Whatever the appraised value would be. I said it wasn't going to be an accounting class, and now we're doing accounting. But just a little. And why is that the correct way to do it? the dollar amount paid. If we had the unit and add 80,000 to repair, replace the unit, then the unit's gonna be over, it's gonna be overstated on our inventory. It's a whole messy process. If you have that situation, work with your audit or your fee accountant to make sure that it's included correctly. Because what you don't want to do is have it show an $80,000 charge to your NAHASDA funds. Because they will definitely have a question about that. Where are the regulations on allowable costs? And that is subpart E of 2 CFR 200. In addition, 2 CFR 200 3027 requires us to have written procedures for determining the allowability of costs. One more time, how do we determine a cost is allowable? What procedures should we have in place to determine that this cost is allowable? We have to have in our policy a written procedure that says we're doing something to determine whether a cost is allowable. The standard wording I hear is review of someone knowledgeable to appropriately code the cost and review it for allowability with the activity charge. I'm picking on maintenance with this because frankly, that's where a lot of the costs are determined. How do we know that this goes to maintenance on our 37 Act low rent versus maintenance on our NAHASDA rent versus a rehab cost for our homeowner rehab program? We had a contract cost for HVAC. In theory, could it be any of those? Yeah. Do you do HVAC repair for all types of rental housing? Yes, you do. Could you be doing a repair or a replace for a rehab unit? Yeah, you're doing it exactly right. You've got your HUD manager doing the coding. Yeah. The person who is doing the coding needs to be the person who knows what the heck we did here. How many of you pull costs from work orders? Do you get a work order summary and allocate costs that way? You don't. Interesting. Okay, you do it semi-annually. Yeah, just on a regular basis. Is somebody going through and verifying that work orders made it in all the way through the system to our books, that the costs were charged to the units, and that the work order is closed out in the system? Good. Why are all of those things important? Because they are. Why is tracking to the unit important? Is anybody splitting their rent between program versus non-program? If you want to account for part of your rent receipts as non-program income, you've got to have all of those per unit costs in place. You don't have them, everything is automatically program income. You want to charge the right program. Yeah. Oh, that's good. Yeah, because you've got to show that the maintenance was done within the program. You've got to show you're maintaining your 37 act units. You have to show that you have done what you said you were going to do in your IHP when you listed out all of these different programs that have maintenance. You've got to be able to track it back to that. And again, what's the purpose of it? Number one, to make sure that the cost is allowable to the grant award. Number two, to make sure that it's charged to the appropriate grant and the appropriate activity. How many of y'all are doing rehab right now with ICDBG and with IHBG? Yeah, a lot of people are. It's really important. Again, you have to make sure you're charging to the right grants for reporting and everything else. Questions on that before we get into some selected items of cost? And you will like ending the day on this one, because believe it or not, we've only got 40 more minutes. Okay, any question on cost allocation before we get into individual line items? Okay, costs that require HUD prior approval. Doing depreciation other than straight line. Honestly, you have no business doing anything other than straight line because you don't pay taxes, so it doesn't benefit you in any way. Costs that require HUD prior approval. Cost of housing. What the heck are we talking about? Providing costs, assisting with housing costs is generally unallowable. However, That's what our grant is for. How do we get HUD prior approval for cost of housing? There's two pieces we do to it. What's piece number one? We have an approved IHP that mentions it. What if it's for an employee or an immediate family member? Do we get HUD prior approval before assisting those people? We do. How do we do it? When we send in our conflict of interest disclosure, we get that approved prior to assisting. So we attack that from two different ways. Things that are not allowable, and this again is with grant money. If it's non-program income, if it's tribal money, these rules don't apply. Penalties, damages, fines, and other settlements. How many of you have credit cards? Tribal, TDHE credit cards? If you have a late fee, how do you pay it? Non-program income. Can you ever pay a late fee with grant money? Nope. Can you pay interest and penalties with grant money? Nope. If I am on grant travel and I get a speeding ticket, can I get reimbursed for that? Yeah, it's all mine. Or if I do get reimbursed, it better be with something other than grant money. Consultant services in an employer-employee relationship have to be reasonable, cannot exceed equivalent daily rates. You're not going to see that in housing. What's something else you have to consider when you have grants with consultants? Let's say I have I'm the AP person, and I work on IHBG and ICDBG. And I also do taxes. Got my own little setup. Can I do that? Can I have an outside business? And my hint is think about your personnel policy. What does it say about outside employment? No outside employment without approval from the executive. Angela, did you go grab your policy and look? Or did you know that? And that makes perfect sense. You have to disclose. Why? Why is it anybody's business what you're doing outside office hours? Might be a conflict. Yeah. How I'm doing tax. How the heck is that potentially a conflict? It's not like we're doing taxes in IHBG. What's the problem? I manage grant dollars and oh, I hadn't even thought about that. I could be a thiever. If I'm up all night doing my outside job and falling asleep at my desk, it's a problem. If I am being paid with grant dollars, the assumption is 100% of my work time is focused on that grant. Yeah, I could be doing all kinds of things. I could be doing my tax stuff sitting in my office. I could, and I hadn't even thought about that. I could be messing up people's income tax return on purpose to make them eligible. Had not even considered that in 8 years. The first person to come up with that. Yeah, you cannot do it without approval. Can I be a consultant if I'm a full-time employee? I'm a full-time board member who happens to be an attorney. Can I do the tribe's legal business? Absolutely, I cannot. It is a conflict of interest. I have insider knowledge of everything. Plus, I'm being paid with grant money. Yep, you can never mix the two. Here we go. Compensation for personal services. Allowable to the extent they are necessary and reasonable for the services rendered and comply with policies and procedures, must be supported by the standards for documentation of personnel expenses as explained in 2 CFR 200-430, which basically says you have to have timesheets, time cards, or other source documents to support the amounts charged. Documentation standards require that all charges to federal awards for salaries and wages have to be based on records that accurately reflect the work performed, must at a minimum be supported by a system of internal control which provides reasonable assurance that the charges are accurate, allowable, and properly allocated. Okay, well, what's our system of internal control that provides reasonable assurance that the charges are accurate, allowable, and properly allocated? How do we make sure that those are reasonable and real? Do you sign your timesheet? Supervisor approval. 100% supervisor approval as part of the process. You should also sign your own time card timesheet. What are you saying when you sign it? I'm saying to you that this is accurate to the best of my knowledge. Then we have the supervisor who is also verifying. Yep. Susie was here. And she was doing this stuff. And I certify that I know this. Could we both be off 30 minutes? We said 40, it could, maybe it was really 39.75. Is that reasonable assurance? Could be a problem, but based on our controls and our system and all of the checks and balances that we have in place, we believe that this is both reasonable and correct. Okay, has to be incorporated into the official records of the entity. How do we do that? I mean, what records is this incorporated in? Payroll tax reports, HR files, financial reports, IHP, APR, SF 425, budget. Yeah, all of these things. Reasonably reflects the total activity for which the employee is compensated, not exceeding 100% of compensated activities. I think that one we've talked about. Encompassing both federally assisted and all other activities compensated by the entity on an integrated basis. May include use of subsidiary records, probably won't. So if I'm working on multiple grants, do we have all of that information included? And in the official records, payroll records, payroll tax, all of that stuff. Has to comply with our established accounting policies and practices and supports the distribution of the employee's salary or wages among specific activities or cost objectives if the employee works on multiple programs. Is there anything left to discuss on those two? I feel like we've probably hit that one pretty hard. And to be clear, the reason we've hit it very hard is it's an issue that people mess up. So I want to walk you through and make sure everybody's thinking about all of these pieces. And I certainly feel like we have. But if anybody still has a question, please shout it out. Fringe benefits. Costs for leave, insurance, pensions, and unemployment benefits. Costs are allowable as long as the amounts are reasonable and included in the established policies and procedures. Personal use of automobiles by employees is not an allowable cost of the grant, even if the amount is reported as taxable income to the employee. Is employer FICA allowed? Yes. It's in your policy and it's also federally required tax, so yes. What kind of things can be included in fringe benefits? Health, dental, vision, life, 401k. Short-term disability, long-term disability. Sorry, it took me a minute to translate those. Vacation, sick, holiday. See, I'm looking at ADD and all I'm getting is ADHD. Accidental death and dismemberment. Yeah, that one makes a lot more sense. Yeah, are all of these allowable? Can you do a 401k match? Can the tribe match 401k? Sure. As long as it's in the policy. What about gym memberships? Are those allowable, friends? What about a cell phone? Hold on to the cell phone because we're going to talk more about some of that in a minute. So I think we're going to get it in a minute, but if not, hit me with more. You have gym membership as an expense, Nicole, is that correct? Yeah, you have cell phones. Sure. Is that allowable as a benefit? Yeah, it is. It may also not be a benefit and just be something that's issued to you as a requirement for your job. Just like you might be issued a laptop computer. Cost of doing business. We're requiring you to have this because you may take calls outside of normal work hours, depending on your job. Or you may be somebody who is a primary that we need to have access to. Does anybody do gym memberships or other types of employee health and well-being costs? You've got a gym in the building. Cool. Seeing a lot of that now, and I'm really jealous. You can pay for gym memberships for your employees as long as it's in your policies. And when we say it's in your established policies and procedures, it applies whether you're working on grant or not. But it is allowable as a fringe benefit under grants. I like that you do the 2 hours of wellness per week during work hours. I think that's so nice for everybody to get that break. Because let's face it, it's stressful. When you're dealing with housing, you're not always getting people at their best. It's usually because there's some kind of problem. And this affects literally their life because it's their home. So yeah, it's a high stress environment. Can you issue a car to an employee? What do you think? Can you, for work purposes? I'm the executive director. And I get a car because I travel a lot. I mean, I'm driving all over the place dealing with these people. can the tribe, oh, yours stays at the office. No, this one's going home. That's one of my job perks. I get a company car. Can the tribe provide a company car? Yes. Can they use grant money to pay for it? No. Yeah, if it's in the policy, sure, I can have a company car. But I've got to pay for all my personal miles and you can't charge it to the grant. What about automobiles that are being used for work? I'm on call this weekend, so I'm taking the maintenance truck home with me. Can I? Is that an allowable cost to the grant if I take the maintenance vehicle home with me because I am on call? Sure. As long as I'm not joyriding all over town in it, yeah. Questions on these? Talk about conferences. We talk about conferences in subpart E. We're talking about conferences that you are sponsoring. Okay, not that you are attending. Do you sponsor any conferences? Sometimes do, some don't. Yeah, nobody's been doing it lately. I'm just starting to see some of these coming back. Okay, conference is defined as a meeting, retreat, seminar, symposium, workshop, or event whose primary purpose, dissemination of technical information beyond the entity necessary and reasonable for successful performance under the federal award. Do you have housing fairs? Got a tribe that just had one this past weekend. Yeah, is that allowable? Yeah, Eastern Woodlands just had their housing symposium. Yeah, is this an allowable thing to do? Written into your grants as necessary annual training. Not just annual training, but also outreach. Do you have a housing event where you're letting people know, letting your tribal members know? Does the federal award specify that sponsoring a conference is allowed? Yes. Allowable conference costs paid by you as a sponsor or host of the conference may include rental of facility, speakers' fees, cost of meals, refreshments, local transportation, and other items incidental to such conferences unless further restricted by terms and conditions of the federal award. 2 CFR 200-432. Yeah, outreach. Education, training, notifying potential participants of different programs and opportunities that are available. Maintenance. All kinds of things can be done as long as the primary purpose is getting technical information out of our office and into the people we are serving, and is necessary and reasonable for us to perform well. You can meet those two requirements, then yes, it's an allowable cost. And many, many, many people do that. Any other questions on that one? Along with the conference, you can identify locally available dependent care resources. You can't pay for it, but you can let people know, you know, here's elder care available for you, here's child care available for you. Here's access to that information. Have to use discretion and judgment in ensuring that conference costs are appropriate, necessary, and managed in a manner that minimizes costs to the award. Can you provide food? Yes. At a conference, you can. Cost of meals and refreshment right there. But we have to manage this in a manner that minimizes costs. In case you've ever wondered why you always have chicken at these meetings, this is why. Questions on that? Employee health and welfare. Costs incurred in accordance with non-federal entities' documented policies for the improvement of working conditions, employer-employee relations, employee health, and employee performance are allowable. Costs will be equitably apportioned to all activities of the entity. Any income is generated, then it will be credited to the cost. I can't think of anywhere. The only one, and let me rephrase that. The only one I can think of that may be income generating would be a snack station. Possibly might make some money. Okay, think about this. Improvement of working conditions, employer-employee relations, employee health, and employee performance. Give me some examples. How many of you have seen the treadmill workstations? It's literally a computer setup on a treadmill. And so you can get your little workout in, standing workstations. How many of you have seen those? What are the exercise ball workstations? The chairs that where you're sitting on the ball. I know. I'm afraid I'd roll off. That's never been on my list of things. I mean, geez, y'all can see me bouncing around over here. This is with a regular chair. Would that be an allowable cost under the grant? Yes. What's the rule? It's got to be part of our documented policies for all employees, not just those working on grants. I had somebody get very excited about this a few weeks ago. So they can buy me, I can get them to buy me a treadmill. Is it in your policy now? No, then no. It has to be in your policy, but 100% if it is, it's allowable. Chair massage. I've seen some places that would bring in like 2 or 3 masseuses. I don't know, massui. I don't know what the plural is. Several people to do massages, and it was available to all employees at no cost during a particular day. For all employees. Does that improve working conditions and employee performance? Well, it's going to improve my performance, I can tell you that. Is it allowable? As long as it's in the policy. Does the policy need to specify the type of chair, desk, etc.? I would say something along specialized equipment requested by employee, and be clear that we're not talking about, yeah, you can, as long as the massages are available to everyone in your housing authority. Whether they're being paid by grant funds or not, is it available? Angela, the one thing I would really watch if you wanted to add something like that into your policy is to be very clear that it's not in place of specialized equipment for disability. Yeah. Linda and I are on the same track. You've got to be careful because ADA is required. This stuff is optional. Yes, it's improves working conditions and employee health and performance. But let's be honest, we don't have to have the treadmill desk or the monthly massage. It's just a nice benefit. Entertainment. Costs of entertainment, including amusement, diversion, social activities, and any associated costs are unallowable except where specific costs that might be considered entertainment have a program purpose and are authorized. The main thing I can think of here, how many of you have a summer youth program? Is anybody's tribe running summer youth? Do they do like a ball game or amusement park or movies at the end of summer? Yeah. That would normally be a disallowed cost, except it is allowed in the budget. You did a summer cultural program. Oh, I like the sound of that. Yeah, summer youth is a federal program, and they will let you, as part of the whole bonding experience, they will let you take the kids on an entertainment as part of the grant. I like the summer cultural program. Was that open to all kids in the area or employee kids, or how did that work? And I ask because I'm starting to see that mentioned more often. I know quite a few tribes that did language camps over the summer, which I thought was really cool. Open to citizens and neighboring tribes and children, including non-native siblings. That's very nice. So was it an all-day deal? Was it like a two-week all day or half day or something? Is anybody else doing anything like that? 9 to 3, Monday through Thursday for 6 weeks. That's cool. Did you have a grant to do that? Use treasury funds. There have been some state cultural programs that have provided funding in some cases. Yeah, there are some programs out there. Let me see what's next, because we are, okay. Here's where we're going to get into the cell phone. What you need to know is that you can have a cell phone that is paid for with grant money that does not have to be 100% used for the grant purposes. We also have the requirement on the brands that you can now purchase with grant money. So do not forget to check that before you purchase. I'm going to go ahead and pause on this because we are officially out of time in 2 minutes. So I'm going to use, yeah, and that's just it. Everybody's going to email you all the time. And that's fine. And sometimes your kid's going to use the phone or you're going to need to make a call. And that's the phone you have. What they're saying is you no longer are required to have 2 completely separate phones. You can have it and use grant money on it. And we'll talk more about it first thing in the morning. Okay, so let's talk about what we're going to do tomorrow. We're going to finish this out. We're going to get into some financial reporting, and in the afternoon, we will probably start talking about audits. It's going to be a whole lot of information. We're going to start at 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 Central, 7 Mountain, 6 Pacific. Would not want to be on Pacific time and do this, but I would. Questions? Oh yeah, I think it's like 4 or 3 for Alaska. Yeah, I think that's like I think it's a 5-hour difference here. So if it's 8 for me, it'd be like 3 a.m. for them. Yeah, they're probably not doing it. All right, does anybody have any questions? Did anybody learn anything that they hadn't heard before? Tasha, I'm with you. I can't see getting up at 3 a.m. for training. Yeah. Good. Okay, you guys asked a lot of questions and I appreciate it because I think everybody has questions. All right, so we'll do this again tomorrow. I hope everybody was able to download some of the materials so you're able to follow along. And we'll do this again in the morning. Elizabeth, is there anything that you need to do before we close this out?
Not today.
Okay, well, she's done with us, so. All right, thank you all. Have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you in the morning. I'm going to hang out for a few minutes in case anybody has a question.
Thanks, everyone.